Hello everyone, I am the Seleni, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The advertisement, tucked into the back pages of a niche journal for antiquarian horologists and restorers of obsolete technologies, was an exercise in brevity and peculiarity. Lamplighter sought for private lane, knowledge of gasolier systems, and arcane mechanics essential. Accommodation provided, discretion absolute. Apply by letter only to the custodian, Blackwood House, Merkmire, Cumbria. Arthur Ainsworth, a meticulous, introverted clockmaker whose small London shop catered more to eccentric collectors than to a thriving clientele, felt an anachronistic tug. He was a man out of time, his skills increasingly obsolete in a world of digital precision. The notion of tending to gas lamps on a private lane, however anachronistic, held a strange, almost romantic appeal, coupled with a desperate need for a change of scenery and, frankly, solvency. The Thorn name associated with the previous stories is deliberately absent here, but the Blackwood name carries a similar subtle weight. Merkmire was not so much a village as a scattering of ancient stone cottages, huddled on the edge of a vast, brooding wetland, a place where the mist rarely lifted and the air hung heavy with the scent of peat, stagnant water, and a faint, almost imperceptible odor of coal gas and something else. Something metallic and subtly sweet, like old, forgotten perfume. Blackwood House. When Arthur finally located it at the end of a winding, moss-covered track known locally as Merkmire Lane, was a sprawling Elizabethan manor, its dark timbered, facade sagging under the weight of centuries, its leaded pane windows like black, vacant eyes, a single flickering gas lamp, its flame a pale, ghostly yellow in the perpetual twilight of the valley, stood sentinel by its massive, iron-studded oak door. The custodian, who introduced himself only as Mr. Silas, a name that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the place, was as ancient and weathered as the house itself. He was a tall, stooped figure, draped in dark, old-fashioned tweeds, his face a network of deep wrinkles. His eyes, though, were surprisingly sharp, the color of polished jet. His voice was a low, dry rustle, like dead leaves skittering across flagstones. "Mr. Ainsworth," Silas rasped, his gaze unwavering. "Your credentials are satisfactory. The lamps of Merkmire Lane have been neglected. They require a steady hand, a discerning eye. They are particular." He led Arthur not into Blackwood House itself, but to a small, surprisingly well-maintained stone cottage at the far end of the lane, just before the wetlands began in earnest. This was to be Arthur's accommodation. His duties, Silas explained, were to maintain and light the 9 gas lamps that lined Merkmire Lane, one for each of the grand but mostly derelict houses that stood in various states of decay along its length. Blackwood House was the only one still truly inhabited. "They must be lit precisely at dusk," Silas instructed, his voice taking on a solemn, almost ritualistic tone. "And extinguished precisely at dawn. Not a moment sooner, not a moment later. The timing is critical. The lane, it does not care for deviation." The lamps themselves were magnificent, ornate Victorian gasoliers, their brasswork tarnished, their glass globes grimy, but their intricate mechanisms surprisingly intact. Arthur, a lover of fine clockwork and obsolete machinery, felt a thrill of professional appreciation. This was a task he could embrace. The first few weeks passed in a routine of meticulous restoration and precise timing. Arthur cleaned the lamps, polished their brass, adjusted their delicate regulators, ensuring each one burned with a steady, unwavering flame. He learned the rhythm of Merkmeyer Lane, the profound, muffling silence, broken only by the sigh of the wind through the skeletal branches of the ancient oaks that lined its length, the distant croak of a marsh bird, and, at dusk and dawn, the soft hiss and pop of the gas lamps igniting or extinguishing under his careful hand. The other houses on Merkmeyer Lane were indeed derelict. Some were little more than crumbling stone shells, their roofs caved in, their gardens a riot of thorny brambles. Others, though decaying, still retained a ghostly semblance of their former grandeur, their curtainless windows like vacant eyes staring out at the perpetual gloom. Arthur never saw any sign of life around them, yet he often had the distinct, unsettling feeling of being watched as he made his rounds. The strangeness began subtly. He would light a lamp, ensuring its flame was perfect, only to glance back a moment later and find it burning with a slightly different hue. A touch more blue, perhaps, or with an uncharacteristic flicker in its heart. He initially dismissed it as drafts or impurities in the ancient gas lines. Then came the shadows. Merkmeyer Lane was a place of deep, clinging shadows even in the faint daylight. But as Arthur grew more attuned to its atmosphere, he began to notice that the shadows cast by the gas lamps were wrong. They seemed too long, too sharp, sometimes subtly shifting or elongating when he wasn't looking directly at them, as if they possessed a life, a will, of their own. He found a collection of old ledgers in his cottage, left behind by previous lamplighters. They were filled with meticulous records of gas pressure, burn times, and weather conditions, but also with more personal observations. October 17th, 1888. Lamp number 7, by the old thorn place, flickered blue last night. Heard the yes whispers again. They say the mist is rising from the fen. Must keep the flame steady. The flames are the only ward. Thorn again, that unsettling echo. November 3rd, 1927. Young Alara from Blackwood House says she sees faces in the lamplight. Says they beckon her. The child has too much imagination. Or perhaps the lane shows her what it wishes. December 25th, 1952. The pressure in the main line dropped again. Silas says it's the old one stirring beneath the peat, drawing warmth. I say it's a faulty regulator. But the shadows dance differently when the flames are low. Arthur, a man of cogs and gears, of precise measurements and tangible mechanics, felt a growing unease. This was more than just maintaining old gas lamps. This was something else. The whispers started in his 3rd month, faint at first, like the sigh of gas through old pipes, or the rustle of unseen things in the overgrown gardens. They seemed to emanate from the lamps themselves, from the heart of their flickering flames. He couldn't discern words, but the feeling was one of invitation, of something ancient and patient, waiting in the shadows just beyond the pools of lamplight. He began to see things in those shadows, fleeting glimpses of movement, of forms that were not quite human, their outlines indistinct, their presence ephemeral. He would shine his own powerful hand lamp into the darkness, but there was never anything there. Only the tangled undergrowth, the crumbling stone walls, and the deep, impenetrable blackness of the Merkmeyer fen stretching beyond the end of the lane. Mr. Silas, during his infrequent, almost spectral visits, offered little comfort. When Arthur mentioned the strange occurrences, the old man merely nodded, his jet-black eyes holding a deep, unreadable sadness. "The lane remembers, Mr. Ainsworth," he rasped. "It remembers all who have walked it, all who have lived and died within sight of its lamps. The gaslight. It thins the veil. It allows the echoes to draw near." "Echoes of what?" Arthur pressed. Silas's gaze drifted towards the dark, brooding expanse of the fen. "Of those who belong to the murk. Those who were reclaimed by it. The lamps keep them at bay. They mark the boundary. As long as the flames burn bright, the boundary holds." A new, chilling dimension was added to Arthur's nightly task. He was not just a lamplighter. He was a guardian, a watchman on a forgotten frontier between the mundane world and something else. The phenomena intensified. The shadows cast by the lamps grew more defined, sometimes taking on vaguely humanoid shapes that seemed to writhe and stretch, always just at the edge of his vision. The whispers became clearer, coalescing into fragments of words in archaic, almost forgotten dialects, speaking of longing, of cold, of an endless, patient hunger. He found himself increasingly isolated. The weekly supply delivery from the nearest village became his only contact with the outside world, and even the delivery man, a taciturn local, seemed reluctant to linger on Merkmeyer Lane, his eyes darting nervously towards the shadows as he hurriedly unloaded the crates. Arthur began to understand the arcane mechanics mentioned in the advertisement. This wasn't just about gas pressure and flame height. It was about resonance. Each lamp had its own unique character, its own subtle hum, its own particular quality of light. He learned to tune them, not just for optimal combustion, but for a specific harmonic frequency that seemed to soothe the restless whispers, to push back the encroaching shadows. He discovered a hidden chamber beneath his own cottage, accessible by a loose flagstone in the hearth. It was a small circular stone room, its walls lined with niches. In each niche sat a small earthenware jar, sealed with black wax. There were 9 jars in total, one for each lamp on Merkmeyer Lane. A single ancient ledger lay on a stone pedestal in the center of the room. Its pages, brittle as autumn leaves, were filled with the names of previous lamplighters, and beside each name, a date and a single cryptic word: kindled, consumed, or transferred. The last entry was for Alistair Finch, horologist. The word beside it was transferred. Alistair Finch. The name resonated with Arthur, a faint echo from his own obscure readings. A brilliant, if eccentric, clockmaker from the previous century who had vanished under mysterious circumstances while researching temporal mechanics in a remote part of the country. He realized, with a dawning icy horror, what the jars contained. Not ashes, as he had first suspected, but something else. The distilled essence, perhaps, of the lamplighters themselves, their lives, their vigilance, somehow bound to the lamps they had tended. The lamplighters didn't just maintain the boundary. They became the boundary. That night, the whispers were no longer just whispers. They were voices, clear and distinct, calling his name from the darkness beyond the lamplight. They were the voices of the previous lamplighters. "Arthur, join us. The flame is so warm. The murk calls. It offers peace. Your light is fading, Arthur. It is time to transfer. He saw them then, not just as fleeting shadows, but as distinct translucent figures, standing just at the edge of the flickering gaslight, their faces pale and sorrowful, their eyes holding a terrible, empty longing. Alistair Finch was among them, his form still sharp and precise, his spectral hands making minute adjustments to an invisible clockwork mechanism. They were not malevolent. They were weary, trapped in an endless cycle of vigilance, their essences bound to the lamps, their consciousness slowly eroding into the hungry silence of the murk. Arthur stumbled back, his own lamp, the one he carried on his rounds, sputtering in his trembling hand. He fled to his cottage, barricading the door, stuffing rags into the cracks to keep out the whispering voices and the cloying scent of the fen. He knew what was expected of him. His time was running out. His discretion was paramount because no one was ever meant to leave Murkmire Lane. The stipend was generous because it was payment for a lifetime, and perhaps more, of service. He could surrender. He could let his flame be consumed, his essence transferred into one of an earthenware jar, to become another silent, whispering guardian of the boundary. Or he could fight. But how did one fight against shadows, against whispers, against the encroaching, sentient gloom of a place like Murkmire? He thought of the lamps, of their intricate mechanisms, their delicate balance. He thought of the arcane mechanics, the resonant frequencies. He was a clockmaker, a man who understood precision, harmony, the delicate interplay of gears and levers. The problem, he realized, was not the murk itself. The murk was an elemental force, like the tide, or the darkness between stars. The problem was the boundary. The lamps, designed to hold it back, were also, in a way, feeding it, by trapping the souls of the lamplighters, creating a reservoir of sorrow and longing that the murk could draw upon. He had to change the resonance. He had to retune the lane. He spent the next few days in a feverish state of activity, his fear replaced by a cold, focused determination. He studied Alistair Thorne's, or perhaps it was a different Thorne, the name was a curse in these forgotten places, original schematics for the Gasolier system, which he found hidden in a compartment within the grandest, most ornate lamp, the one directly in front of Blackwood House. The schematics revealed a hidden network of secondary pipes, of resonating, chambers built into the lampposts themselves, of regulators that could adjust not just the flow of gas, but the chronal frequency of the flame. It was a system designed not just to illuminate, but to modulate the very fabric of Murkmire Lane. He began to work on the lamps, not just cleaning and polishing, but subtly altering their mechanisms, adjusting the flow, changing the composition of the gas mixture, using tinctures of herbs he found in his cottage. Herbs mentioned in the lamplighter's ledger as harmonic balancers. He was retuning the lamps, not to push back the murk, but to soothe it, to change its song from one of hunger and longing to one of quietude. The spectral lamplighters watched him, their whispers growing fainter, more confused. The shadows at the edge of the light seemed less menacing, more hesitant. Mr. Silas appeared on the third night of Arthur's strange work. He stood at the edge of the lane, his ancient eyes fixed on Arthur, his expression unreadable. "You meddle with things. You do not understand, Mr. Ainsworth," he rasped, his voice carrying a new note of concern? Or was it warning? The balance is delicate. The murk, it does not like to be soothed. It prefers its sorrows raw. The sorrows are what feed it, Arthur replied, his voice surprisingly steady, his hands never ceasing their intricate work on the regulator of lamp number 4. I am changing its diet. He worked through the night, moving from lamp to lamp, his movements precise, almost ritualistic. He felt a strange sense of connection to the lamplighters of the past, as if their collective knowledge, their centuries of lonely vigilance, were guiding his hands. As dawn approached, he reached the final lamp, number 9, at the very edge of the fen. The air here was thickest, the whispers most insistent. He could feel the cold, hungry presence of the murk pressing in, sensing the change, resisting it. He made the final adjustment. The flame in lamp number 9 flickered, then settled, burning with a new, soft, silvery light, its hum a gentle, resonant chord. And as that chord spread down Merkmeyer Lane, from lamp to lamp, a profound change came over the place. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the gentle, natural sounds of the wetlands. The sigh of wind through reeds, the distant croak of a bittern, the soft lapping of water. The cloying scent of the fen receded, replaced by the clean, sharp smell of peat and damp earth. The spectral lamplighters, their forms now almost completely transparent, gathered around him. Their faces were no longer sorrowful, but held a look of faint, surprised peace. They raised their translucent hands, not in threat, not in pleading, but in a silent, grateful farewell. Then, one by one, they faded, dissolving into the silvery dawn light, their whispers finally, truly, silenced. The earthenware jars in the hidden chamber beneath Arthur's cottage crumbled to dust. Arthur Ainsworth stood alone on Merkmeyer Lane, as the sun, a rare visitor to this valley, broke through the mist, its rays touching the ancient stones, the gnarled oaks, the newly peaceful fen. Mr. Silas was gone. Blackwood House itself seemed smaller, less menacing, just an old decaying manor house, its secrets laid to rest. Arthur stayed on Merkmeyer Lane. He became its new lamplighter, its new custodian. But his task was different now. He no longer fought to keep the murk at bay. He harmonized with it. He tended the lamps, their flames now burning with a soft silvery light, their song a gentle, resonant hum that seemed to soothe the ancient sorrows of the valley. The lane was still a place of shadows, of whispers, but they were no longer the whispers of trapped souls, of hungry entities. They were the whispers of the land itself, of the wind, of the water, of the slow, patient turning of time. He never knew if he had truly defeated anything, or if he had simply become part of a new, more subtle cycle. He was a man of cogs and gears, of precise mechanics, but he had learned that some mechanisms operate on a scale far grander, far more mysterious than any clockwork. He still keeps the lamplighter's ledger, its pages now filled with his own meticulous entries. He records the burn times, the gas pressure, the subtle shifts in the lane's resonant frequencies. And sometimes, on nights when the mist hangs particularly thick and the silence of the murk is deepest, he adds a new, final word beside the names of the lamplighters of the past. Released. For Arthur Ainsworth, the lamplighter of Merkmeyer Lane, understands that some lights are not meant to push back the darkness, but to illuminate the path through it. And some silences are not empty, but filled with the quiet, resonant hum of a universe finally, peacefully, in tune. The shadows still dance, but now they dance to a gentler, more harmonious rhythm. The invitation to the remote Isle of Morwen arrived not as a letter, but as a single, perfectly preserved nautilus shell, its chambers holding the faint, almost inaudible echo of distant, sorrowful waves. It was left on the doorstep of Dr. Alistair, Finch's secluded coastal cottage, a place where the North Sea winds carried their own mournful symphonies. Alistair, a disgraced marine biologist whose career had capsized after he published a controversial treatise on sentient oceanic currents, and the mnemonic properties of deep-sea brine, recognized the shell's peculiar, iridescent sheen. It was the emblem of the Morwen Institute, a clandestine organization founded by the eccentric 19th-century oceanographer Alistair Thorne. The Thorne name, a persistent barnacle-like incrustation on the hull of obscure scholarship, dedicated to the study of the sea's deepest, most enigmatic mysteries. The accompanying note, penned in a spidery, sea-faded script on what felt like dried kelp paper, was from one Silas Blackwood, curator of the ebb and flow. It spoke of a critical desynchronization of the somnolent tides around the Isle of Morwen, of anomalous dream currents, and a thinning of the pelagic veil, phenomena that urgently required Alistair's unique hydroacoustic sensitivities. The offered remuneration was, as expected in such arcane summons, substantial enough to lure him from his self-imposed academic exile. Alistair, whose own research had led him to believe that the deep ocean held a form of collective, primal consciousness, a vast, slumbering mind whose dreams could occasionally leak into the waking world, felt a familiar, dangerous current of excitement. The Isle of Morwen was a legend in his small, ostracized field, a place where the boundaries between the terrestrial and the abyssal were said to be almost non-existent. The journey to Morwen was a descent into increasing isolation and the overwhelming, primordial presence of the sea. A series of aging fishing trawlers, each more reluctant than the last to approach the island's treacherous, reef-strewn waters, finally relayed him to a small, weather-beaten research vessel, the Hypnos, captained by Silas Blackwood himself. Blackwood was as much a creature of the sea as any barnacle-encrusted rock. Tall, gaunt, his skin weathered to the texture of old driftwood, his eyes the deep, unfathomable blue-gray of a stormy ocean. His voice was a low, gravelly rumble, like shingle dragged by an undertow. "Dr. Finch," Blackwood rasped, his gaze as steady and unnerving as the horizon line. "The great dreamer stirs. The tides of sleep are broken. The island, it remembers things it should have forgotten." The Isle of Morwen, when it finally materialized from the perpetual sea mist, was a stark granite upthrust, its cliffs sheer and black, constantly battered by furious white-capped waves. At its highest point stood the Morwen Institute, a sprawling, fortified structure of dark, sea-stained stone, its narrow, slit-like windows resembling the gills of some monstrous beached leviathan. The air was thick with the scent of brine, decaying seaweed, and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old cold iron, mingled with the sweet, soporific fragrance of 1,000 unknown abyssal blossoms. Blackwood navigated the Hypnos through a narrow, treacherous channel into a hidden cove, where a crumbling stone jetty led up to the Institute. The silence here, away from the crashing surf, was profound, broken only by the drip of water from unseen overhangs and the mournful cry of unseen seabirds. The Institute's interior was a labyrinth of cold stone corridors, their walls slick with damp, their floors echoing with the ghostly sigh of distant waves. Alistair was given a small Spartan chamber overlooking a churning black abyss, where the cliffs dropped away into the lightless depths. His workspace was to be the chronomantic chamber, a vast circular room located in the Institute's deepest sub-basement, directly connected, Blackwood explained, to a series of submerged, hydroacoustic resonators anchored in the abyssal trench that surrounded the island. In the center of the chronomantic chamber stood the somnolent array, Alistair, Thorne's magnum opus. It was not a machine of gears and levers, but a living, breathing, or so it seemed, construct of bioluminescent corals, giant, pulsating anemones, and intricate networks of what looked like living, light-emitting nerve fibers, all submerged within a massive circular tank of constantly circulating chilled seawater. The array pulsed with a faint, internal light, its colors shifting, iridescent, like the skin of some deep-sea creature. A low, almost subliminal thrum emanated from it, a sound that resonated deep within Alistair's bones, a sound like the heartbeat of the ocean itself. "The array listens to the sea's dreams," Blackwood whispered, his eyes fixed on the pulsating corals. "It maps the somnolent tides, the currents of collective oceanic consciousness, the memories held within the deep brine. For centuries, it has maintained the delicate slumber. But now, a nightmare current has breached the veil. It seeks to awaken what should remain eternally asleep." Alistair's task, Blackwood explained, was to use his hydroacoustic sensitivities, aided by a collection of antique mother-of-pearl divining instruments and a complex arcane system of charting, the cartography of slumber, to identify the source and nature of this nightmare current, and to lull it back into the silent depths. The first few days were an exercise in sensory recalibration. Alistair spent hours in the chronomantic chamber, his hands immersed in the cool, strangely vital water of ancillary monitoring pools. His mind, focused on the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in the somnolent array's light and rhythm, he learned to discern the different dream signatures, the slow, melancholic pulse of whale song memories, the frantic, chattering echoes of schooling fish, the ancient, patient thoughts of the abyssal plains. The nightmare current made its presence known through its effects on the Institute's few reclusive inhabitants. A handful of elderly, pale-faced researchers, descendants of Thorne's original team, who moved through the shadowed corridors like ghosts, their eyes wide and haunted. They spoke of shared, terrifying dreams, of vast cyclopean cities beneath the waves, of colossal, tentacled forms stirring in lightless trenches, of a cold, malevolent intelligence that whispered promises of oblivion from the crushing depths. Alistair, too, began to experience the dreams. They were not his own. They were oceanic, ancient, filled with a crushing pressure and an existential dread that was utterly alien, yet terrifyingly familiar. He would wake gasping, the scent of brine and abyssal decay clinging to him, his small chamber seeming to sway as if adrift on a lightless sea. He found Alistair Thorne's original logs, bound in cured sharkskin, their pages filled with a script that was part oceanographic data, part arcane symbols, part poetry of the deep. October 17th, 1878. The somnolent array resonates with a new, deeper frequency. The great dreamer stirs in its abyssal slumber. Its thoughts are mountains. Its emotions are currents that could swallow continents. November 5th, 1878. I have glimpsed the veil. It is thin here, where the continental shelf plummets into the Hadal zone. The dreams of the surface world and the nightmares of the deep sometimes intermingle. The array must be kept in perfect, delicate harmony, lest the waking world be drowned in the slumber of a forgotten god. Thorne's later entries grew more frantic, more desperate. He wrote of a discordant hum emanating from a newly discovered, impossibly deep trench near the island, a song of unmaking that threatened to shatter the array's delicate balance. He described his attempts to build counter-resonators, to weave nets of silence to contain this burgeoning nightmare current. The entity in the trench awakens. Its dreams are of cold, silent stars and the heat death of universes. It whispers of a final, perfect null. It seeks to draw all consciousness into its ultimate, peaceful void. I fear my array, my beautiful somnolent array, may become its instrument. The last entry was a single blotted line. The tide turns. The silence beckons. Alistair Finch felt a cold dread that seemed to rise from the very depths of his soul. Thorne hadn't just been studying the sea's dreams. He had been engaged in a desperate, ongoing battle to keep a cosmic, nihilistic entity from the abyssal trenches, from waking up and ending everything. And now, that entity, the source of the nightmare current, was stirring once more. The somnolent array in the chronomantic chamber began to exhibit increasingly erratic behavior. Its bioluminescent corals pulsed with harsh, dissonant colors. Its anemones writhed as if in agony. The low, rhythmic thrum it usually emitted was now interspersed with jarring, atonal blasts of sound and flashes of black, light-absorbing energy. Bites. Shared nightmares among the Institute's inhabitants intensified, becoming almost unbearable. They spoke of a whispering maw opening in the deepest trench, of a cold, ancient voice calling them home, promising an end to all thought, all feeling, all being. Silas Blackwood grew more gaunt, more spectral, his ancient eyes reflecting a dawning, terrible despair. "The veil thins, Dr. Finch," he rasped, his voice barely a breath. "The great dreamer. It is succumbing to the nightmare. Soon, its dreams will become our reality. A reality of cold, silent, eternal oblivion." Alistair knew he had to act. He was not a sorcerer, not a guardian of ancient lineages. He was a scientist, a marine biologist. But his controversial theories, his hydroacoustic sensitivities, his understanding of the ocean as a vast, interconnected consciousness, these were the tools the Institute, and perhaps the world, now desperately needed. He immersed himself in the study of Thorne's cartography of slumber, a bewilderingly complex system of charts, diagrams, and resonant equations that purported to map the flow of oceanic consciousness. He learned to navigate the dream currents, to identify the nodes of sentience, the wells of memory, the rifts of forgetting. And he began to understand the nature of the nightmare current. It was not just a random burst of psychic energy. It was a targeted broadcast, a song of seductive entropy, designed to lull the great dreamer of the deep ocean into a final, irreversible slumber, a slumber that would extinguish all life, all consciousness, in its wake. He had to find the source of this broadcast, the whispering maw the dreamer spoke of, and he had to change its tune. Using the somnolent array not as a passive listener, but as an active transmitter, Alistair began to send out his own dream signals. He didn't try to fight the nightmare current with force. Instead, he offered alternatives. He broadcast echoes of the surface world, the warmth of sunlight, the scent of rain on dry earth, the complex, chaotic beauty of a coral reef teeming with life, the intricate song of a humpback whale, the laughter of a human child. He wove these signals into the existing dream currents, creating pockets of warmth, of light, of hope in the encroaching coldness of the nightmare. It was a desperate gamble. He was a single fragile human consciousness, pitting himself against an entity of cosmic, nihilistic power. The nightmare current resisted. It intensified its song of oblivion, its whispers of sweet, empty peace. The somnolent array bucked and writhed, its corals flashing black, its anemones recoiling. Alistair felt his own mind under assault. The lure of the great stillness almost overwhelming. He saw visions of his own failures, his own isolations, his own deepest fears, all amplified, all presented as reasons to surrender, to embrace the final, peaceful void. But he held on, anchored by the image of that single perfect nautilus shell, its chambers holding the faint, resilient echo of the living sea. He poured all his knowledge, all his empathy, all his profound, almost spiritual love for the ocean and its myriad forms of life into his counter-broadcast. He wasn't just fighting for himself or for the inhabitants of the Morwen Institute. He was fighting for the great dreamer itself, for the ancient, slumbering consciousness of the ocean, a consciousness that was being lulled into a sleep from which it might never awaken. He focused on the whispering maw, the source of the nightmare. He did not try to silence it. Instead, he began to harmonize with it. He found the core frequency of its entropic song, the keynote of its nihilism, and he began to weave his own signals around it, not in opposition, but in counterpoint. He introduced a single, simple, almost childlike melody. A sea shanty his own grandfather, a fisherman, used to sing. A song of storms weathered, of nets hauled full, of safe harbor found. A song of resilience, of endurance, of the stubborn, indomitable will to live. The effect was subtle at first, then profound. The nightmare current faltered. Its song of oblivion, so pure, so absolute, was now contaminated, infected by this tiny, insignificant, yet inexplicably persistent echo of life. The whispering maw seemed to recoil, to hesitate. The cold, ancient intelligence within it, an intelligence that had only ever known the silence of dying stars and the peace of absolute zero, encountered something it could not comprehend. The illogical, tenacious, and utterly unreasonable tenacity of life. The somnolent array stabilized. Its corals began to pulse with a warm, gentle light. Its anemones unfurled, their tentacles reaching out as if in greeting. The low, rhythmic thrum of the ocean's healthy slumber returned, stronger now, pushing back against the fading echoes of the nightmare. Alistair felt a wave of profound, almost unbearable relief wash over him. He had done it. He had, for now, quieted the song of oblivion. He had helped the great dreamer to resist the lure of the final empty sleep. He collapsed beside the array, his body trembling, his mind exhausted, but clear. Silas Blackwood was there, his ancient, sea-weathered face etched with a mixture of awe and profound gratitude. The tides. "They turn, Dr. Finch," he rasped, his voice filled with a quiet wonder. "You have sung a new song into the deep, a song of continuance." Alistair stayed on the Isle of Morwen for many more months. He worked with Blackwood and the other reclusive researchers, not just to monitor the somnolent tides, but to actively nurture them. They learned to use the somnolent array not just as a listening post, but as an instrument, a means of weaving new, life-affirming harmonies into the ocean's vast collective dream. He knew the nightmare current was not truly gone. The entity in the deep trench was ancient, patient. It would whisper its song of oblivion again. The pelagic veil would always be thin in places like Morwen. The battle for the ocean's soul, for the waking world's continued existence, was eternal. But Alistair Finch, the disgraced marine biologist who had dared to believe in the sentience of the sea, had found his true purpose. He was no longer just an observer, a cataloger of echoes. He was a participant, a harmonist, a guardian of the deep slumber. He became the new curator of the ebb and flow, his life interwoven with the rhythms of the somnolent tides, his consciousness forever. Attuned to the ancient dreaming heart of the ocean, he walked the cold stone corridors of the Morwen Institute, no longer a visitor, but a custodian, his ear always pressed to the metaphorical shell, listening for the first discordant note, the first whisper of the encroaching void. The Nautilus. Shell still sat on his desk, its chambers holding not just the echo of distant waves, but the faint, resilient song of a life that chose to continue, a dream that refused to die. And Alistair knew that as long as there were those willing to listen, to harmonize, to sing their own small, defiant melodies into the vast, indifferent silence, the great dreamer would continue to slumber, and the world would, for a little while, longer, remain awake. The tides of consciousness, after all, were a constant, delicate balance, and he, Alistair Finch, was now one of its most dedicated, and perhaps most vital keepers. The summons arrived etched onto a sliver of meteoritic iron, cool and strangely heavy in Dr. Evelyn Hayes's hand. Evelyn, an astrophysicist whose career had been marginalized by her unwavering pursuit of anomalous stellar cartography, the GI, mapping of star systems that appeared on ancient celestial charts but were absent from modern astronomical surveys, knew the sigil. It belonged to the Umbral Observatory, a clandestine, almost mythical institution rumored to exist in a place where the fabric of space-time itself was thin. The message was brief, written in a precise, archaic script. Celestial drift accelerating. The lost constellations weep. Your unique perspectives on stellar archaeoacoustics are urgently required. Director Alistair Thorne. The Thorne name, a recurring phantom in the footnotes of esoteric science, sent a familiar shiver down Evelyn's spine. This was not an invitation to a conference. The journey to the Umbral Observatory was a descent into geographical and, perhaps, dimensional isolation. A series of unmarked flights, a bone-jarring ride in an armored vehicle across a vast, featureless desert under a sky of unnerving clarity, and finally, a silent, magnetically levitated transport through a tunnel bored deep into the heart of a remote obsidian-black mountain range. The observatory was not a conventional structure. It was a vast subterranean complex, its chambers carved from the living rock, lit by the faint, ethereal glow of what appeared to be captured nebulae contained within crystalline spheres. The air was cool, still, and carried the scent of ozone, ancient stone, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like stardust, and the subtle, high-pitched hum of unimaginable energies. Director Alistair Thorne met her in the central celestial cartarium, a cavernous domed chamber whose ceiling was a perfect, real-time projection of the cosmos, but with constellations she had never seen, stars that burned with impossible colors, and swirling nebulae that defied known physics. Thorne was a figure of indeterminate age, his features sharp and ascetic, his eyes holding the distant, patient light of ancient stars. He was dressed in simple, dark robes that seemed to absorb the ambient luminescence. "Dr. Hayes," Thorne said, his voice a low, resonant hum like the sound of a distant pulsar. "Your work on the ghost echoes of vanished star systems has not gone unnoticed. The firmament, it is more fragile, more mutable than conventional astronomy comprehends." He explained the umbral observatory's purpose. For centuries, perhaps millennia, it had served as a listening post, a silent sentinel monitoring not just the visible cosmos, but the subtle architectures of space-time, the resonant frequencies of creation and decay. Their primary concern was the phenomenon of stellar drift, not the slow, predictable movement of galaxies, but the sudden, inexplicable vanishing of entire star systems, and, more disturbingly, the occasional ghostly reappearance of stars and constellations long thought dead, or perhaps never truly born. "The lost constellations," Thorne murmured, his gaze fixed on a particularly vibrant, unfamiliar star pattern projected on the dome above. "They are echoes, Dr. Hayes. Memories of light, gravitationally bound. Sometimes they weep. Their sorrow, their displacement, creates ripples in the Chronos continuum. Of late, these ripples have become waves." Evelyn's task, Thorne elaborated, was to work with the celestial harmonium, the observatory's primary instrument. It was not a telescope, but a colossal, intricate device of polished black obsidian, resonating crystals, and superconductive filaments, designed to detect and map these archaeoacoustic signatures of stellar events, both past and, chillingly, potential. She was to isolate the source of the current celestial drift, to understand why the lost constellations were weeping with such intensity, and to find a way to reattune their sorrowful light. Her workspace was a small, circular antechamber adjoining the celestial cartarium, its walls lined with consoles displaying streams of arcane data, star charts that shifted and reformed, and what looked like musical scores written in light. She was given a set of resonant dampeners, gloves and a headset woven from an unknown silvery fiber, to protect her from the more energetic stellar emanations. The first few days were an overwhelming immersion in a cosmology that defied everything she had been taught. The celestial harmonium did not see the stars. It heard them. Each star, each nebula, each galaxy emitted a unique sonic signature, a complex chord of gravitational waves, electromagnetic radiation, and something else, something Thorne called chronal resonance, the echo of its own temporal existence. The universe, through the harmonium, was a vast, intricate, and often terrifying symphony. She learned to distinguish the songs of different stellar phenomena, the deep, mournful dirge of a dying red giant, the frantic, high-pitched chatter of a young, unstable nebula, the slow, majestic, anapestic rhythm of a spiral galaxy's rotation. And she began to hear the weeping of the lost constellations. It was not a sound of sorrow in any human sense. It was a dissonance, a fracture in the cosmic harmony, a series of complex, atonal chords that resonated with a profound sense of displacement, of non-belonging. These were stars and galaxies that should not be, yet were, their light a ghostly echo from timelines that had diverged or perhaps never fully coalesced. Their presence was creating a strain on the fabric of local space-time, causing the celestial drift Thorne had spoken of, the subtle but accelerating, shifting and vanishing of familiar stars in their own night sky. Evelyn found Thorne's personal logs, not written, but recorded as complex multi-layered sonic patterns on crystalline data shards. Deciphering them was a challenge, but as she began to understand their auditory syntax, a chilling narrative emerged. Cycle of Sol, 3.4 millennia past. The echo of the serpent star returns. Its light carries the memory of its consumption by the Void Weaver. The resonance is contagious. Nearby systems show signs of chronal decay. Cycle of Lyra, 7.1 centuries past. The orphaned nebula weeps a lament of five-dimensional harmonies. Its sorrow unanchors local causality. Time flows unevenly. The keepers of the umbral resonators are struggling to maintain the boundary, the say. Keepers. The umbral resonators. The boundary. Evelyn realized the Umbral Observatory was more than just a listening post. It was a dam, a fragile bulwark against the chaotic, often malevolent energies of realities that were not, and should, not be their own. And Alistair Thorne, and his lineage of keepers, were its eternal, burdened guardians. The weeping of the lost constellations intensified. The projections in the celestial cartarium grew more erratic. Constellations appearing and disappearing, stars flaring with impossible, life-consuming energies. The very air in the observatory seemed to vibrate with a contained, desperate tension. Evelyn began to experience the effects of this chronal instability. She would lose track of time, hours, sometimes days, vanishing from her memory. Her dreams were filled with impossible geometries, with stars that screamed, with vast, empty spaces between realities where monstrous, unseen things whispered in languages of pure, annihilating mathematics. She saw them, sometimes, in the deepest recesses of the observatory, in chambers where the light of the captured nebulae was dimmest. The other keepers. Tall, silent figures, robed and hooded like Thorne, their forms sometimes flickering, their outlines indistinct, as if they were not entirely anchored in this particular iteration of space-time. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, tending to arcane machinery, adjusting resonating crystals. Their faces always lost in shadow, their presence both comforting and deeply unsettling. One night, time in the subterranean observatory was a fluid, arbitrary concept. While monitoring a particularly strong burst of atonal weeping from a constellation that had vanished from their charts millennia ago, Evelyn felt a new presence in her antechamber. It was not one of the keepers. It was a shadow. A patch of darkness deeper than the ambient gloom, a void that seemed to absorb light, to drink sound. It had no discernible form, yet she felt its intelligence, ancient, cold, and utterly alien. And from it emanated a resonance that was not a song, not a weep, but a hunger for light, for structure, for existence itself. The Void Weaver, from Thorne's logs, an entity from a dying universe, a reality that had succumbed to the great stillness, now reaching across the frayed edges of space-time, drawn by the sorrowful light of the lost constellations, seeking to consume, to absorb, to add their fading echoes to its own silent entropic empire. The celestial harmonium shrieked, a cacophony of discordant energies, its obsidian structure cracking, its resonating crystals flaring with a desperate, dying light. The projections on the Carterium dome went haywire, stars exploding, galaxies unraveling, the orderly cosmos dissolving into a maelstrom of chaos. Thorne appeared at her side, his usually calm features etched with a grim urgency. "It has breached the outer resonators," he said, his voice a low, strained hum. "The boundary thins. The Weaver seeks to silence the firmament." Evelyn knew, with a certainty that chilled her to the core, that this was the crisis she had been summoned to avert. The weeping of the lost constellations was not just a symptom, it was a beacon, a siren song, calling the Void Weaver to their fading light. "What can we do?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Thorne's ancient eyes met hers. The harmonium was designed not just to listen, but to broadcast, to project a counter-resonance, a song of making, to counter its song of unmaking. But it requires a focal point, a human consciousness, attuned to the harmonies of both sorrow and creation, to guide its energies, to weave the new song. He gestured to a previously unseen alcove in the celestial Carterium. Within it stood a single intricately carved chair of polished black meteoritic iron, surrounded by a complex array of focusing lenses and crystalline resonators, all connected to the dying heart of the celestial harmonium. The conductor's throne, Thorne's logs had called it. Only one whose mind can encompass both the sorrow of the lost and the potential of the unborn can sit upon the throne, Thorne said, his voice heavy with an ancient weariness. Only such a one can weave the counter-resonance. My own attunement. It has faded with the ages. The observatory needs a new conductor, Dr. Hayes. It needs your unique song. Evelyn looked at the throne, at the dying harmonium, at the encroaching, light-devouring shadow of the Void Weaver. She understood. This was not just a scientific endeavor. This was a sacrifice. To sit upon that throne, to channel the energies of creation and uncreation, would likely consume her, her consciousness scattered across the cosmos, her own small song lost in the vast, indifferent symphony of space-time. But she also saw the beauty in it, the terrible, magnificent, awe-inspiring beauty of a universe teetering on the brink, of realities colliding, of the eternal, desperate dance between existence and oblivion. This was the ultimate cartography, the ultimate exploration. She nodded slowly. "Show me the score." Thorne's lips curved into a faint, almost imperceptible smile, a smile of profound relief and perhaps of shared ancient sorrow. "There is no score, Dr. Hayes," he said. "Only the music of what is, what was, and what must never be. You must improvise." He led her to the conductor's throne. The other keepers emerged from the shadows, their forms flickering, their silent presence a solemn, supportive chorus. They strapped her into the iron chair, their touch surprisingly gentle, their movements precise, ritualistic. The resonant dampeners were removed. She was to face the full, unshielded power of the cosmos. As the final restraint clicked into place, Thorne leaned close, his ancient eyes holding hers. "Listen to the silence between the stars, Dr. Hayes," he whispered. "That is where the new song begins." Then he activated the throne. Evelyn screamed, or thought she screamed. Her consciousness exploded outwards, shattering into a million incandescent shards, each one a star, a galaxy, a universe. She was everything and nothing. She felt the cold, hungry touch of the Void Weaver, its entropic song trying to unravel her, to absorb her into its infinite, silent emptiness. She felt the sorrowful weeping of the lost constellations, their fading light a desperate plea for remembrance. But she also felt something else, a deeper, more ancient rhythm. The thrum of creation itself, the slow, patient turning of nebulae birthing new stars, the intricate, mathematical dance of galaxies forming and reforming, the faint, resilient echo of life, of consciousness, asserting itself against the vast, indifferent void. And she began to sing, not with her voice, but with her mind, with her soul, with the focused, concentrated essence of her being. She wove a song of impossible complexity, a symphony of paradox and potential. She took the sorrow of the lost constellations and harmonized it with the fierce joy of nascent stars. She took the cold, entropic logic of the Void Weaver and countered it with the illogical, chaotic, and utterly indomitable beauty of a single, unique, unrepeatable thought. Her song was a tapestry of light and shadow, of creation and decay, of silence and sound. It was the song of a universe that refused to be silenced, that chose, against all odds, to continue. The celestial harmonium, dying moments before, blazed back to life, its obsidian structure resonating with her song, its crystals pulsing with a new, vibrant, multi-hued light. It amplified her mental symphony, broadcasting it outwards, not just into their own threatened reality, but across the fragile boundaries of space-time, into the ears of the lost constellations, into the very heart of the Void Weaver. The effect was transformative. The weeping of the lost constellations softened, their atonal sorrow resolving into a melancholic but beautiful harmony. Their ghostly light stabilized, brightened, finding a new, unexpected place in the cosmic chorus. They were still echoes, still memories, but they were no longer lost. They were remembered, integrated, and the Void Weaver. It recoiled. Its cold, hungry shadow flickered, then began to recede, its song of unmaking overwhelmed, outmaneuvered by Evelyn's fierce, defiant song of making. It could not comprehend a universe that embraced its own contradictions, that found beauty in its own imperfections, that chose again and again the messy, chaotic struggle of existence over the sterile peace of oblivion. It retreated, back into the dying reality from whence it came, its hunger unsated, its purpose thwarted. The projections on the celestial Carterium dome stabilized. The familiar stars of their own night sky shone clear and bright, their ancient, steady light a comforting reassurance. The celestial drift had ceased. The boundary was restored. Evelyn Hayes slumped in the conductor's throne, her consciousness slowly, painfully, recoalescing. She was exhausted, shattered, but she was still herself, changed, profoundly, irrevocably, but alive. Alistair Thorne and the other keepers were kneeling before her, their shadowed faces for the first time turned upwards, their expressions ones of awe, of reverence. "You have rewritten the firmament, Dr. Hayes," Thorne hummed, his voice filled with a wonder that transcended millennia. "You have sung a new star into existence, the Umbral Observatory. It has found its true conductor." Evelyn stayed at the Umbral Observatory. She had to. She was part of it now, her consciousness forever intertwined with the celestial harmonium, her mind a living map of the cosmic symphony. She became a keeper, a guardian of the boundary, her life dedicated to listening to the whispers of the void, to harmonizing the sorrows of lost stars, to ensuring that the Void Weaver and other entities like it never again threatened to silence the beautiful, fragile, and utterly improbable song of existence. She learned that the Thorne lineage and the Umbral Observatory were not just watchers, but participants in a cosmic struggle far older, far vaster than human comprehension. They were the librarians of a library whose shelves held not books, but entire realities, whose catalog was written in the language of starlight and silence. Sometimes when the celestial harmonium is quiet, when the echoes of the lost constellations are at peace, Evelyn Hayes looks up at the perfect, real-time projection of the cosmos on the Cartarium dome. She sees the familiar stars, the distant galaxies, the swirling nebulae. But she also sees more. She sees the subtle, shimmering threads of space-time, the faint, resonant echoes of what was, what is, and what might yet be. She is the archivist of celestial dust, the cartographer of forgotten frequencies, the conductor of a symphony that spans universes, and she knows, with a certainty that is both terrifying and exhilarating, that the cosmos is not a silent, empty place. It is alive. It is singing, and its stories are infinite. Her work, she understands, has only just begun. The silence between the stars is not an absence, but a canvas, waiting for new constellations, new songs, new dreams to be etched upon its vast, dark, and ever-receptive heart. The letter that summoned Alistair Finch to the remote Appalachian hamlet of Sorrowful Hollow was not an invitation, but a plea. Penned in a shaky, archaic script on brittle, foxed paper, it spoke of a grievous affliction upon the community's livestock, of animals found not merely dead, but preserved. Perfectly, unnaturally preserved, their forms frozen in attitudes of terror or agony, their eyes wide and staring, their fur or feathers unblemished, yet their bodies cold and utterly devoid of life. The letter was signed by Elias Thorne, Elder of the Hollow, a name Alistair, a forensic veterinarian whose specialized and often ridiculed research focused on anomalous animal mortalities and the residual emotional imprints left on biological tissues recognized from obscure folklore journals. Sorrowful Hollow, Thorne's letter explained, was an isolated community, wary of outsiders, but their local remedies and folk wisdom had failed them. They needed someone with Alistair's unique discernment. The offered compensation was modest, but the mystery was irresistible. Alistair's journey to Sorrowful Hollow was a descent into a forgotten corner of the world, a place where the paved roads gave way to deeply rutted dirt tracks that clung precariously to the sides of mist-shrouded mountains. The hollow itself was nestled deep in a narrow, perpetually shadowed valley, a cluster of weathered gray stone cottages huddled around a crumbling stone church, whose steeple leaned at a precarious angle, as if weary of its long vigil. The air was thick, damp, and carried the scent of pine, wet earth, decaying leaves, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible odor of formaldehyde and old, dry leather. Elias Thorne met him at the edge of the village, where a crude wooden bridge spanned a fast-flowing Blackwater Creek. Thorne was as much a fixture of the landscape as the ancient, gnarled oaks that clawed at the sky. He was tall, gaunt, his face a roadmap of deep wrinkles, his eyes the color of faded denim, holding a profound, weary sadness. He wore simple, homespun clothes and carried a staff of polished blackthorn. "Dr. Finch," Thorne said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble, like stones shifting in the creek bed. "Your coming is a balm to our unease. The stillness, it spreads." He led Alistair through the village, its narrow, winding lanes deserted, its cottages shuttered, as if the inhabitants were cowering from some unseen threat. The silence was profound, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through the pines and the distant, unsettling caw of a raven. The affliction, as Thorne called it, was immediately apparent. In a small fenced pasture behind one of the cottages lay a sheep. It was frozen in a posture of absolute terror, its legs splayed, its neck arched, its woolly coat pristine, its eyes wide, glassy, and staring at some unseen horror in the sky. It was not dead in any conventional sense. It was perfectly, unnaturally preserved, like a grotesque piece of taxidermy. "This began 3 moons past," Thorne explained, his voice heavy with sorrow. "First the chickens, then a goat, now old, Bess here. No marks on them, no sign of struggle. Just this, the stillness. And then they vanish." "Vanish?" Alistair asked, his scientific mind already grappling with the impossibility before him. Thorne nodded grimly. "A day or 2 after the stillness takes them, they are gone. No trace. As if the earth itself swallows them." Alistair was given a small, starkly furnished room in Thorne's own cottage, a place filled with the scent of dried herbs, wood smoke, and that faint, unsettling undertone of formaldehyde. His task, Thorne explained, was to examine the afflicted animals, to determine the cause of their strange preservation, and if possible, to find a way to stop it. He spent the first few days conducting meticulous examinations. He took tissue samples, which, under his portable microscope, showed cellular structures that were inexplicably intact, yet utterly devoid of biological activity, analyzed soil and water from the pastures, and interviewed the few villagers brave enough or desperate enough to speak to him. Their stories were all disturbingly similar. An animal would sicken, not with fever or visible ailment, but with a growing lethargy. It would become still, watchful, its eyes fixed on some distant, unseen point. Then, the final, terrifying preservation, usually occurring in the dead of night, accompanied by a profound, unnatural silence that seemed to suck all sound from the surrounding air. He found no toxins, no unusual bacteria or viruses, no environmental contaminants. The only anomaly was a faint, almost imperceptible trace of a complex, unidentifiable organic compound in the preserved tissues, a compound that seemed to have arrested all cellular decay at the moment of whatever it was that happened. He discovered a hidden, locked room in the attic of Thorne's cottage. The elder, after much persuasion, reluctantly gave him the key. The room was a makeshift laboratory, filled with glass jars containing preserved animal specimens, birds, rodents, even insects, all exhibiting the same unnatural, lifelike stillness as the afflicted livestock. And on a workbench, amidst a collection of strange, delicate tools crafted from bone and sharpened flint, lay a series of old, leather-bound journals. They were the journals of Alara Thorne, Elias's great-grandmother, the last true bone weaver of Sorrowful Hollow, but also, Alistair realized with a dawning chill, its last still maker. Alara's script was spidery, elegant, filled with observations of the Hollow's unique flora and fauna, but also with more esoteric entries. The veil thins when the moon of sorrows is full, one entry read. The quiet ones stir beneath the peat. They yearn for form, for stillness. They whisper their desires to the roots of the nightshade. I have learned the art of the still-making from Old Man Hemlock, who learned it from his grandmother, who learned it from the stones themselves. It is not death, but suspension. A preservation of the final echo, the last perfect moment of being before the unraveling. Alistair's blood ran cold. This wasn't a disease. This was an art, a terrible, ancient, ritualistic art. The quiet ones require their tithes, Alara wrote. Small lives, perfectly rendered, to appease their hunger for stillness, to maintain the balance of the hollow. It is the duty of the thorn line to be the offering and the offerer. The last entry was dated nearly 50 years prior, shortly before Alara Thorne's own passing. The song of the quiet ones grows faint. My own hands tremble. The art falters. I fear the balance will be broken. The hollow will forget its tithes. And then, the stillness will claim more than just the beasts of the field. Alistair understood then. Elias Thorne, the elder, was not just a grieving villager. He was the last of a line of custodians, of sacrificers, and he had failed. The art of the still-making was lost. The tithes to the quiet ones had ceased, and now, these ancient subterranean entities were taking matters into their own hands, their hunger for stillness growing unchecked. That night, the silence around Sorrowful Hollow was deeper, more absolute, than Alistair had ever experienced. It pressed in on him, a physical weight, muffling even the sound of his own heartbeat. He felt a profound lethargy creep over him, a desire to simply stop, to be still. He fought it, his scientific training warring with the primal, insidious pull of the stillness. He knew he had to understand the quiet ones, the entities that demanded this terrible tribute. He found references to them in the oldest, most obscure local folklore texts in Thorne's collection. Tales of chthonic beings who lived in the Moy, deep, unlighted places beneath the earth. Beings who abhorred movement, sound, life itself. They were the spirits of absolute entropy, of perfect, eternal stasis. And Sorrowful Hollow, due to some unique geological or perhaps metaphysical anomaly, was a place where their influence was particularly strong. The still-making, Alistair theorized, was a form of sympathetic magic. By perfectly preserving small creatures by offering these icons of stillness to the quiet ones, the thorn line had, for centuries, appeased their hunger, maintained a fragile truce. But with Alara's death, and Elias's inability or unwillingness to continue the art, that truce was broken. He had to find a way to either restart the tithes or to silence the quiet ones themselves. The first option was unthinkable. Second, impossible. He began to notice the vanishings firsthand. Old Bess, the perfectly preserved sheep, was gone from her pasture one morning, leaving only a faint depression in the grass and that lingering, unsettling scent of formaldehyde and dry leather. The earth itself did seem to swallow them. The villagers grew more fearful, their faces pale and drawn, their eyes haunted. They rarely left their cottages now, even in daylight. They whispered that the stillness was calling to them, that they could feel its cold, heavy touch in their dreams. Alistair realized he was running out of time. The stillness was spreading, its influence growing stronger. Soon, it would not be content with livestock. He found a hidden map in Alara Thorne's journals, a crude sketch of the valley, with a single ominous X marking a spot deep within the oldest, most tangled part of the surrounding forest, a place labeled only as the Silent Heart. This, he knew, was where he had to go, the source of the stillness, the sanctum of the quiet ones. Elias Thorne tried to dissuade him. "No one has ventured into the Silent Heart for generations, Dr. Finch," he rasped, his voice hoarse with fear. "It is unhallowed ground. The stillness there is absolute. It will claim you." But Alistair was resolute. He was a scientist, yes, but he was also a man who had dedicated his life to understanding the fringes, the anomalies, the places where the known world frayed into the unknown. This was the ultimate anomaly. Armed with his flashlight, a compass, a collection of Alara's strange bone-handled tools, and a desperate, fragile hope, he set out at dawn, following the crude map into the whispering, mist-shrouded forest. The journey was an ordeal. The undergrowth was thick, thorny, seeming to grasp at him with malevolent intent. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the frantic thumping of his own heart and the occasional jarring snap of a twig underfoot. The air grew colder, heavier, the scent of formaldehyde and decay almost overpowering. He found them. Not a cave, not a chasm, but a clearing. A perfect circle of bare, black earth, surrounded by ancient, petrified trees whose branches were twisted into agonized, skeletal shapes. And in the center of the clearing, a sight that made his blood run cold. It was an ossuary, but not of bone, of stillness. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, of perfectly preserved animals, deer, foxes, owls, even smaller creatures like squirrels and field mice, were arranged in a vast, intricate spiral, their bodies frozen in attitudes of life, yet utterly, terrifyingly still. They were not taxidermy. They were something else. Their fur, their feathers, their very flesh had taken on a strange, translucent, almost crystalline quality. They seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim, filtered light, and in the very center of the spiral, on a low, flat slab of black, obsidian-like stone, lay the most recent acquisitions. Old Bess, the sheep, the missing chickens, the vanished goat. Their forms were already beginning to take on that same crystalline translucence. This was the Silent Heart. This was where the Quiet Ones held their court, where they curated their collection of stolen stillness. As Alistair stepped into the clearing, a profound lethargy washed over him. His limbs grew heavy, his thoughts slowed. The desire to simply lie down, to close his eyes, to become part of this silent, eternal tableau, was almost overwhelming. He fought it, focusing on the scientific imperative, the need to observe, to understand. He noticed that the air around the preserved creatures vibrated with a faint, almost inaudible hum, a frequency that resonated deep within his own cellular structure, a frequency that seemed to arrest all biological processes. He understood. The still-making was not just an art. It was a science, an arcane, forgotten science of resonant frequencies, of cellular stasis. Alara Thorne had somehow learned to replicate, on a small scale, the natural or unnatural process that occurred here, in the silent heart. But who or what was the artist now? A shadow detached itself from the base of one of Vika-petrified trees. It was tall, impossibly thin, its form indistinct, wavering, as if woven from pure, concentrated silence. It had no discernible features, yet Alistair felt its ancient, cold intelligence fixed upon him. The prime, quiet one. The curator of this terrible, beautiful gallery of stolen life. It glided towards him, making no sound, its passage marked only by a deepening of the cold, a thickening of the oppressive silence. Alistair knew he could not fight it, not with physical force. He had no weapon against an entity of pure, entropic stillness. He thought of Alara Thorne's journals, of her whispered reverence for the sacred geometry of decay. He thought of the Thorne family's long, grim custodianship. He thought of the balance, now broken. He had to offer it something. A new tithe. A new understanding. He reached into his satchel and pulled out, not a weapon, but his own research journal. Its pages filled with his meticulous, often ridiculed theories on residual emotional imprints, on the subtle energies that linger in biological tissues long after life has fled. He opened the journal, his hands surprisingly steady, and began to read aloud. He read of the faint, measurable energy signatures he had detected in ancient mummified remains, of the subtle, emotional resonances he had mapped in forgotten battlefields, of his belief. That memory, that consciousness itself, could leave an indelible imprint on the physical world. He was, in essence, offering the prime quiet one a new perspective on its own nature, a scientific validation, however esoteric, of its existence, of its power. He was speaking its language. Not the language of fear or supplication, but the language of data, of observation, of understanding. The shadowy figure paused. The oppressive lethargy that had gripped Alistair lessened, just slightly. He felt a flicker of curiosity from the ancient, silent entity. He continued to read, his voice growing stronger, more confident. He spoke of the beauty he found in decay, in the intricate processes of dissolution, in the way life transforms into memory, into echo, into pure, resonant information. He spoke not of fighting the stillness, but of appreciating it, of cataloging it, of understanding its place in the great cosmic cycle. He was, he realized, performing a kind of scientific eulogy for all the lives that had been stilled in this terrible, sacred place. As he read the final page of his journal, a profound change came over the silent heart. The crystalline shimmer of the preserved creatures softened, their forms becoming less stark, less accusatory. The oppressive cold eased. The almost inaudible hum shifted in frequency, becoming less a thrum of entropic hunger and more a sigh of contentment, The prime quiet one did not speak, did not move. But Alistair felt its attention shift, its ancient, cold intelligence turning inwards, as if contemplating the new information, the new perspective he had offered. Then slowly, majestically, it began to recede, its shadowy form melting back into the darkness at the base of the petrified trees, until it was gone. The clearing felt different. Still silent, still ancient, but no longer actively malevolent. The preserved creatures still stood in their eternal tableau, but they seemed less like trophies, more like monuments, relics of a profound, natural or unnatural process that had, for now, been appeased. Alistair Finch stumbled out of the silent heart as dusk began to fall, his body aching, his mind reeling, but a strange sense of peace settling over him. He had faced the ultimate entropy, the personification of stillness, and he had, in his own small academic way, found a common language. He returned to Sorrowful Hollow to find the village subtly changed. The oppressive silence had lifted. The air felt lighter, cleaner. The villagers, when he encountered them, met his gaze not with fear, but with a quiet, weary gratitude. Elias Thorne greeted him at the cottage door, his ancient face holding a look of profound, almost tearful relief. The stillness. "It has receded, Dr. Finch," he rasped. "The tithes, they are no longer demanded. You have sung a new song to the quiet ones, a song they understood." Alistair stayed in Sorrowful Hollow for many more weeks, helping Elias Thorne to recalibrate the village's relationship with the ancient powers that slumbered beneath it. They established no new rituals of stillmaking. Instead, they created a different kind of offering. A library, housed in the old, disused church, filled with books on local history, on folklore, on the delicate balance of nature. A place of quiet contemplation, of remembrance, of understanding. He knew the quiet ones were still there, in the silent heart, in the deep places beneath the earth. Their hunger for stillness was eternal. But perhaps, just perhaps, he had taught them that there were other forms of preservation, other ways to honor the final echo, than the mere cessation of life. When Alistair Finch finally left Sorrowful Hollow, as the first snows of winter began to dust the surrounding peaks, he carried with him not just his scientific data, but a profound, unsettling understanding of the hidden currents that flow beneath the surface of the world, of the ancient, silent entities that watch and wait, and of the delicate, often terrifying balance between life and its ultimate, inevitable, and perhaps not entirely unwelcome, stillness. He never published his findings on the anomalous preservations of Sorrowful Hollow. The world, he knew, was not ready for such truths. And some stillnesses, some silences, were best left undisturbed, their secrets kept by those few who had dared to listen and to understand their terrible, beautiful, and utterly alien song. The hollow still held its breath, but now it was a breath of peace, not of fear, a silent testament to a pact renewed, a balance restored, at least for a little while. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single, intricately woven knot of dried grasses and silver thread, left on Dr. Alistair Finch's doorstep during a night of unseasonable stillness. Alistair, an atmospheric physicist whose career, had been sidetracked by his controversial research into anomalous aeolian phenomena, the theory that certain wind patterns could carry and retain complex informational or even emotional signatures, recognized the knot's unique, sevenfold pattern. It was the calling card of the Aerothaumaturges, a clandestine order rumored to exist in the remote, wind-scoured plateaus of Patagonia, dedicated to the study and, some whispered, the manipulation of the world's most enigmatic and powerful winds. The accompanying note, inscribed on a thin, translucent sheet of what felt like cured animal bladder, was from one Silas Thorne, curator of the Zephyrs. It spoke of a critical dissonance in the harmonic convergence of the upper winds, of erratic whisper currents, and a fraying of the veil of stillness that protected their hidden sanctuary, Ethelberg. Alistair's unique understanding of aeolian resonances was urgently required. The offered stipend was, as always in these shadowy invitations, substantial enough to pique his academic curiosity and soothe his financial anxieties. Alistair, whose theories on sentient air currents and the memory of storms had made him a pariah in conventional meteorology, felt a familiar, dangerous exhilaration. Ethelberg was a legend in his small, marginalized field, a place where the wind itself was said to be a living, thinking entity, its moods and messages decipherable only by those with the gift, or curse, of listening. The journey to Ethelberg was an odyssey into profound isolation and the overwhelming elemental power of the wind, a series of increasingly unreliable charter flights, a bone-jarring overland trek by ancient Land Rover across vast empty pampas, and finally, a perilous ascent on muleback up a narrow switchback-laden trail into a hidden mountain plateau, brought him to a place where the sky seemed impossibly vast and the wind never, ever ceased its mournful, keening song. Ethelberg was not a village, nor a conventional settlement. It was a network of yurts and low, wind-scoured stone structures, anchored to the rocky plateau by a complex web of ropes and guy wires, their fabric walls rippling and snapping in the constant gale. At the center of this precarious encampment, on the very highest point of the plateau, stood a colossal, intricate structure of woven reeds, animal hides, and what looked like bones. It was a gigantic Aeolian harp, its strings, taut lengths of cured animal sinew, fine metallic wires, and strands of what looked disturbingly like human hair, vibrating and humming in the wind, producing a constant, almost subliminal, chorus of shifting ethereal harmonies. Silas Thorne met him at the edge of the encampment. He was a figure as weathered and wind-scoured as the landscape itself, his skin like tanned leather, his eyes the pale, distant blue of a high-altitude sky. He was wrapped in layers of rough, woven wool, and his long gray hair was braided with small, intricately carved bone beads that clicked softly in the wind. His voice was a low, breathy whisper, easily lost in the ceaseless sigh of the gale. "Dr. Finch," Thorne rasped, his gaze as sharp and penetrating as the wind itself. "You have come. The great harp. It sings a discordant tune. The whispering winds are troubled. The veil of stillness thins." He led Alistair to a small, surprisingly warm and secure yurt, its interior lined with thick felt and illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps. This was to be Alistair's dwelling. His task, Thorne explained, was to study the whispering winds, the unique, information-rich air currents that converged upon Ethelberg, using the great Aeolian harp as his primary instrument. He was to identify the source of the discordant harmonies, the erratic emotional signatures that were disrupting the delicate balance of the plateau's unique atmospheric ecosystem, and to find a way to reweave the song of the wind. Alistair's tools were his own highly developed sensitivity to atmospheric nuances, a collection of antique anemometers and barometers of exquisite craftsmanship, and a series of resonant listening stones, smooth, dark river pebbles etched with intricate spiral patterns that Thorne claimed could amplify and clarify the voices within the wind. The first few days were an overwhelming immersion in a world of pure elemental sound and motion. The wind at Ethelberg was not just wind. It was a living entity, a constant, tangible presence. It sighed, it whispered, it shrieked, it sang. It carried the scent of distant oceans, of high-altitude ice fields, of volcanic dust, and sometimes, inexplicably, of forgotten spices, ancient incense, or the faint metallic tang of shed blood. Alistair learned to listen with more than just his ears. He felt the wind on his skin, tasted its subtle mineral variations, observed its intricate dance in the rippling fabric of the yurts and the ceaseless vibration of the great Aeolian harp's myriad strings. The discordant harmonies were undeniable. Interwoven with the usual complex melancholic song of the harp were jarring, atonal notes, sudden, shrieking dissonances, and periods of profound, unnatural silence, as if the wind itself were holding its breath in terror. He found Thorne's journals, bound in cured hide and secured with intricately knotted leather thongs. They were not written in conventional script, but in a complex system of meteorological symbols, musical notation, and what Alistair recognized as a forgotten form of Ogham, the ancient Celtic script of lines and notches. The Solstice Convergence. Approaches. One entry. Deciphered with difficulty. Read. The veil of stillness is at its thinnest. The hungry wind from the outer blight stirs. It seeks to unravel the pattern, to silence the true song. The echoes of the fallen weavers cry out. Their threads are tangled, their harmonies broken. The great harp weeps. Its bones resonate with a sorrow not its own. The fallen weavers, the outer blight, the true song. Alistair realized the aerothaumaturges were not just passive observers of the wind. They were its guardians, its priests, engaged in an ancient, ongoing struggle to maintain a fragile, sacred harmony against forces of cosmic discord. The great Aeolian harp was not just an instrument, it was a shield, a resonator, a focal point for their arcane meteorology. The erratic emotional signatures became more pronounced. During certain wind shifts, Alistair would be overcome by waves of inexplicable emotion, profound sorrow, sudden baseless terror, an overwhelming sense of desolation, or, even more disturbingly, a cold alien hunger that seemed to emanate from the deepest, highest currents of the atmosphere. He began to experience vivid, disorienting dreams of soaring on vast, dark winds, of witnessing the birth and death of stars, of hearing the silent, screaming thoughts of dying galaxies. He would wake exhausted, the howl of the Patagonian wind outside his yurt seeming to echo the cosmic desolation of his nocturnal visions. He learned that the whispering winds of Ethelberg were not just carrying information. They were carrying consciousness. Fragmented memories, stray thoughts, echoes of emotion, all caught in the global atmospheric currents, converging on this remote plateau, filtered and harmonized by the great Aeolian harp and the focused intent of the weavers. But now, A new malevolent consciousness had entered the pattern. The hungry wind. An entity perhaps from beyond the conventional boundaries of their atmosphere, from the outer blight Thorne's journals spoke of. It was a being of pure, predatory chaos, feeding on the information, the emotion, the very essence of the whispering winds, twisting their harmonies into a song of discord and despair. Silas Thorne grew more gaunt, his ancient eyes burning with a feverish intensity. "It seeks to possess the harp, Dr. Finch," he rasped, his voice almost lost in the rising shriek of the wind. "To make it sing its song, a song of unmaking, a song that will unravel the veil of stillness and unleash the full fury of the outer blight upon your more sheltered world." Alistair knew his task was far more than just atmospheric research. He was being asked to become a weaver himself, to confront this cosmic entity, to retune not just an instrument, but the very winds of the world. He began to spend all his waking hours, and many of his dreaming ones, at the great Aeolian harp. He learned to touch its myriad strings, to feel their vibrations, to discern their individual voices. He used the resonant listening stones, pressing them to his temples, allowing the complex harmonies and dissonances of the wind to flow through him. He identified the signature of the hungry wind. It was a jarring, ululating glissando, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of harmony, a note that resonated with pure, unadulterated malice. It was strongest when the wind blew from a particular, unnatural direction, a direction that corresponded to no known weather pattern, a direction that seemed to originate from beyond the sky. He knew he could not fight it directly. It was too powerful, too alien. He had to find a way to insulate the harp, to shield it, to create a pocket of true song that could resist the hungry wind's discordant influence. He delved deeper, into Thorne's journals, into the arcane science of the aerothaumaturgis. He learned of the still points, moments of absolute atmospheric calm that could be, with immense effort and precise ritual, created and sustained. He learned of the echo-knots, complex weavings of sound and silence that could bind and neutralize discordant frequencies. He gathered materials from the surrounding plateau, rare, resilient grasses that hummed with their own faint internal music, shed feathers of high-altitude condors, said to carry the memory of silent flight, crystals of pure quartz formed in the deepest, most ancient strata of the mountains, resonating with the slow, patient heartbeat of the earth. And he began to weave, not with thread, but with sound, with silence, with focused, unwavering intent. He sat before the great Aeolian harp, the wind howling around him, the hungry wind's discordant song threatening to overwhelm his senses. He closed his eyes, and he began to sing. Not a melody, but a drone. A single, pure, unwavering note, resonating from the deepest part of his being. A note that was the antithesis of the hungry wind's chaos. His still point. Then, he began to introduce other notes, other frequencies, drawn from the materials he had gathered, from the ancient wisdom in Thorne's journals, from the very essence of the Patagonian wind itself. He wove them around his still point, creating intricate, interlocking patterns of sound and silence, of harmony and controlled dissonance. He was creating an echo knot, a sonic shield. The hungry wind resisted. It battered against his fragile construct of sound, its shrieking glissandos tearing at his concentration, its waves of malevolent emotion threatening to engulf him. The great aeolian harp groaned and shuddered, its bone and hide structure stressed to its limits. But Alistair held firm. He was anchored by his still point, by the ancient knowledge of the weavers, by a profound, almost desperate love for the wild, beautiful, and terrifying music of the wind. He was not just a scientist. He was a conductor, a composer, a thaumaturge of the air. He felt Silas Thorne beside him, a silent, supportive presence, his own ancient energies adding to the strength of the echo knot. He felt the spirits of the fallen weavers, their whispered encouragements carried on the wind, their ancient skill guiding his hands, his voice, his intent. For days and nights, the battle raged. Alistair did not eat, did not sleep. He was a conduit, a vessel, a living instrument in the heart of a cosmic storm. His voice grew raw, his body trembled with exhaustion, but his will remained unbroken. And then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, the tide began to turn. His echo knot held. The hungry wind's discordant song began to falter, to fray, to lose its coherence against the resilient, complex harmonies he was weaving. The jarring, atonal notes softened, resolved. The shrieking glissandos subsided into mournful sighs. The signature of the hungry wind, that malevolent, ululating dissonance, grew fainter, more distant, as if it were retreating, unable to find purchase against the strength of the true song. Finally, with a last frustrated shriek that seemed to echo across the entire plateau, the hungry wind was gone. Expelled, banished back to the outer blight from whence it came. Silence descended upon Ethelberg. Not the oppressive, charged silence of before, but a deep, peaceful stillness. The great aeolian harp sang softly, its myriad strings vibrating with a gentle, harmonious melody. The true song of the whispering winds, pure and undefiled. Alistair Finch collapsed, his consciousness dissolving into a sea of exhaustion and profound, resonant peace. He awoke days later in his yurt, Silas Thorne watching over him, his ancient wind-scoured face etched with a mixture of awe and profound gratitude. "You have done it, Weaver," Thorne whispered, his voice no longer a rasp, but a soft, gentle breeze. "You have rewoven the song. You have mended the veil of stillness. Ethelberg, the world, is safe for now." Alistair stayed at Ethelberg for many more seasons. He had become more than just a visiting scientist. He was a weaver now, a guardian of the winds, his life forever intertwined with the fate of the great aeolian harp and the ancient sacred harmonies it preserved. He learned the deepest secrets of the aerothaumaturges, the intricate art of listening to and conversing with the sentient currents of the atmosphere. He learned to read the wind's moods, to decipher its prophecies, to soothe its occasional rages. He knew the hungry wind, or others like it, would one day return. The outer blight was vast, its hunger eternal. The veil of stillness would always be fragile. The battle for the true song was a ceaseless vigil, but Alistair Finch, the physicist who had sought to understand the whispers of the wind, had found his true calling. He was no longer an outcast, a ridiculed eccentric. He was a weaver of whispering winds, a guardian of a forgotten harmony, his voice now part of the ancient, elemental chorus that sang at the roof of the world. Sometimes, when the Patagonian wind blows with a particular clarity, carrying the scent of distant stars and forgotten aeons, he stands before the great aeolian harp, his hands resting lightly on its vibrating strings. He closes his eyes, and he listens. And he, too, sings his small human counterpoint into the vast cosmic symphony, a quiet affirmation of order against chaos, of harmony against discord, of the enduring, resilient, and utterly magnificent music of existence. The wind remembers, and now it remembers his song too. The inheritance that drew Clara Holloway to the fog-choked cobblestone labyrinth of Old Town was less a windfall and more a whispered obligation. Her great-aunt Isolde, a woman Clara knew only through faded photographs and the hushed, almost fearful family anecdotes of a reclusive mapmaker obsessed with the city's hidden byways, had passed. Clara, a meticulous urban planner whose career was built on logic, grids, and the predictable flow of modern infrastructure, was bequeathed. Number 13, Chandler Street, and its entire cartographical archive. Chandler Street, nestled deep within the oldest, most bewildering part of the unnamed, perpetually gaslit city, was less a street and more a shadowed cleft between towering, soot-stained brick tenements. It was a place that seemed to exist outside of time, its cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of forgotten footsteps, its air thick with the scent of damp stone, coal smoke, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible odor of old parchment, dried ink, and a subtle metallic tang, like aged copper plates. Number 13 was a tall, unnervingly narrow townhouse, its facade a patchwork of mismatched brick and crumbling mortar, its windows like dark, cataracted eyes. A single, flickering gas lamp, its flame a sickly yellow, cast dancing, distorted shadows across its grime-streaked door. Clara, a woman who navigated life with blueprints and zoning regulations, felt an immediate, visceral unease. This was a place where maps seemed to fray at the edges, where logic felt porous. The heavy oak door, unlocked as per the solicitor's cryptic instructions, delivered by a clerk whose eyes never quite met hers, groaned open onto a hallway so narrow it felt like a throat. Dust lay thick as ancient velvet, muffling her footsteps. A steep, winding staircase, its banister carved with what looked like intertwined skeletal serpents, spiraled upwards into impenetrable gloom. The cartographical archive was not a neat collection of rolled maps in a study. It was the house. Every wall, in every room, from the damp sub-basement cellars to the precarious gabled attics, was covered in maps, hand-drawn maps, etched onto copper plates, printed on brittle, yellowed parchment, even, in some places, scrawled directly onto the plaster in charcoal or what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Maps of the city, but not the city Clara knew. These were maps of forgotten alleyways, of subterranean rivers, of buildings that no longer existed, or perhaps had never existed in conventional reality. They depicted streets that twisted in impossible, geometries, districts that shifted and reformed, and, most unsettlingly, lacunae, blank spaces, voids on the map, labeled only with cryptic symbols or dire warnings. Here be whispers, the silent quarter, the place where roads unravel. In what might have once been a parlor, a massive, intricately carved oak table dominated the room. Its surface was a palimpsest of a single vast map of the city, constantly being redrawn, erased, and annotated by unseen hands. Faint, ghostly, lines would appear and disappear. New streets would etch themselves into the wood. Old districts would fade, only to re-emerge in different configurations. The map was alive. Clara, whose life was dedicated to imposing order on urban chaos, felt her carefully constructed worldview begin to crumble. She found her great-aunt Isolde's journals in a locked compartment beneath the ever-shifting map table. They were bound in what felt like cured, stretched leather, their pages filled with a precise, almost obsessive script, detailing not just the cartography of the physical city, but of its resonant undercurrents, its psychogeographical fault lines, its dream tides. October 17, 1898. Chandler Street sighs tonight. The lacuna by the old wharf is active. I have charted a new pathway, a deviation in its usual silence. The inhabitants are restless. November 3rd, 1927. The city dreamer stirs. Its nocturnal emanations redraw the forgotten boroughs. I must be quick to map the changes, lest the waking city lose its anchor to what it believes to be real. The city dreamer, the Lacuni. Isolde Thorne, the Thorn name, like a ley line, seemed to connect these pockets of unsettling reality, had not just been a mapmaker. She had been a guardian, a navigator, a cartomancer of urban consciousness. Clara's task, she slowly began to realize, was not merely to catalog an eccentric collection. It was to inherit a burden, a terrifying, anachronistic responsibility. The solicitor's letter had included a codicil from Isolde. The city remembers its cartographers. The maps must be tended. The lacunae must be charted. The silence of Chandler Street must be understood. The house itself began to exert its influence. The silence was no longer empty. It was filled with faint, almost subliminal sounds. The dry rustle of parchment, the scratch of an unseen quill, the soft sigh of the city breathing in its troubled sleep. Clara would find herself wandering the halls, her fingers tracing the lines on the wall maps, her mind filled with a strange, intuitive understanding of the city's hidden, shifting geography. She started having vivid, disorienting dreams. She would walk the streets of a city that was both familiar and terrifyingly alien. Buildings would rearrange themselves, alleyways would lead to impossible vistas, and shadowy figures, their faces always obscured, would whisper forgotten names and secret pathways in her ear. She would wake with the taste of old ink in her mouth, her fingers smudged with a faint coppery dust. The lacunae, those blank, void-like spaces on Isolde's maps, began to exert a particular fascination, a dreadful pull. They were not just absences of information. They felt like wounds in the city's fabric, places where reality was thin, where something else, something other, could bleed through. One particularly oppressive, fog-choked night, Clara found herself drawn to the map table in the parlor. The ghostly lines on its surface were shifting more rapidly than usual. A new, dark, spidery lacuna forming in a district she knew well. A district of quiet, respectable brownstones, not far from her own, now distant-feeling, modern apartment. A cold dread filled her. This was not just an academic exercise. The city, her city, was being rewritten, and she, the reluctant cartographer, was the only one who seemed to notice. She found a hidden compartment in Isolde's desk, containing a set of antique cartography tools, silver-tipped styluses, compasses made of polished bone, rulers etched with unknown calibrations, and a single heavy hooded cloak, its fabric woven with what looked like strands of spun shadow. A note lay beside them. When a lacuna yawns, the cartographer must walk its edges, observe, record, but do not enter, for some voids have an appetite. Clara knew what she had to do. She donned the heavy cloak, its fabric strangely comforting, yet chillingly cold. She took the bone styluses and a fresh roll of vellum, and she stepped out into the fog-shrouded, gaslit labyrinth of Old Town, guided by an intuitive understanding of the shifting, dreamlike geography that now seemed more real to her than any conventional map. The journey to the newly formed lacuna was a disorienting passage through a city that seemed to twist and turn around her. Familiar streets led to unfamiliar squares. Buildings she knew well appeared subtly altered, their windows darker, their facades subtly menacing. The few other people she encountered, late-night revelers, solitary wanderers, seemed like ghosts themselves, their forms indistinct, their voices muted, their eyes holding a strange, vacant quality. She reached the district of the brownstones. The fog here was thicker, coiling like a living entity, muffling all sound. And in the heart of what should have been a familiar, tree-lined street, there was nothing. A perfect, circular void. Not a hole in the ground, but an absence. A patch of reality that had been erased. The edges of the surrounding buildings, the brownstones, the lampposts, the cobblestone street itself, simply ended, dissolving into a soft, featureless, gray nothingness that seemed to absorb light, to drink sound. Clara stood at the edge of the lacuna, the silence pressing in on her, the cold emanating from the void chilling her to the bone. She could feel its hunger, its patient, entropic pull. She took out her vellum and her bone styluses, and she began to map. Her hand moved with a precision and intuition that was not entirely her own. She charted the lacuna's exact dimensions, its subtle gravitational distortions, the way the light bent and warped around its edges. She noted the faint, almost inaudible whispers that seemed to emanate from its depths. Whispers of forgotten names, of lost possibilities, of the sweet, cold peace of utter non-existence. As she worked, she felt the presence of Isolde beside her, a guiding intelligence, a shared ancestral understanding of this terrible, necessary art. She was not just Clara Holloway, the urban planner. She was a Thorn, a cartographer of Chandler Street, a guardian of the city's fragile, dreaming soul. The lacuna seemed to resist her efforts. The void pulsed. The whispers grew more insistent, trying to lure her in, promising an end to struggle, to thought, to being. She saw fleeting images in its gray depths. A peaceful, silent city, its streets empty, its buildings pristine, a utopia of perfect, lifeless order. But Clara held firm. She focused on her task, on the precise, intricate lines of her map, on the ancient protective symbols Isolde's journals had described for warding such voids. She was not just recording the lacuna. She was defining it, containing it, reasserting the boundaries of reality against its encroaching emptiness. Hours passed. The fog began to thin. The first, faint hint of dawn touched the eastern sky. And as Clara drew the final binding line on her map, as she etched the last protective sigil, the lacuna shuddered. The gray void rippled, then began to contract, its edges drawing inwards. The whispers faded. The oppressive cold lessened, and slowly, miraculously, The familiar brownstones, the lampposts, the cobblestone street began to reappear, coalescing out of the retreating nothingness, solid and real once more. The lacuna was closed, sealed, at least for now. Clara collapsed, exhausted, her vellum map clutched in her hand. When she finally managed to make her way back to Chandler Street, the house felt different. The silence was still profound, but it was no longer expectant, no longer hungry. It was at peace. The ghostly lines on the map table in the parlor were still, their configuration stable. She had done it. She had tended the map. She had understood the silence. Clara Holloway never returned to her life as an urban planner. She couldn't. Her perception of reality, of the city, of the very fabric of existence had been irrevocably altered. She remained at number 13, Chandler Street, the last cartographer of a lineage she had never known she belonged to. She continued Isolde's work, tending the living map table, monitoring the city's dream tides, watching for the first, faint, signs of new lacunae forming, of old wounds in the urban psyche reopening. She learned to read the whispers in the gaslight, to understand the subtle shifts in the city's resonant undercurrents. She rarely ventured out now. The real city, with its bright lights, its loud noises, its relentless, unseeing progress, felt garish, superficial, almost unreal, compared to the deep, complex, and often terrifying reality she navigated within the shadowed confines of Chandler Street and the shifting spectral landscapes of her inherited maps. Her only companions were the silence, the whispers, and the unseen, ancestral presence of Isolde, a guiding intelligence that sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, would gently move her hand across the vellum, adding a new line, a new symbol, a new warning to the ever-evolving, never-ending map of the dreaming city. She knew her task was an eternal one. The city was a living entity, its dreams vast, its sorrows deep, its fabric fragile. Lacunae would always form, voids would always yawn, and the cartographer would always be needed, a lonely, vigilant guardian, walking the shifting boundaries between what is, what was, and what must never be allowed to fully awaken. Sometimes, late at night, when the fog rolls in thick from the forgotten river, and the gas lamps of Chandler Street cast their flickering, anachronistic glow, a new, young, architect perhaps, or a struggling historian, will find a curious vellum envelope slip beneath their door. Inside, a single archaic map, depicting a part of the city they never knew existed, and a cryptic invitation. The city dreams. A new navigator is sought. Chandler Street awaits, and the cycle will continue. For the maps of forgotten places are never truly complete. They merely wait for a new hand, a new mind, a new soul, to trace their lines, to chart their voids, and to listen, with fearful reverence, to the silent, ever-shifting symphony of a city that exists as much in dream as it does in stone. The silence, after all, is where the truest maps are drawn. The advertisement, discovered by Elias Thorne in a dusty, forgotten corner of a specialist apiarist's journal, was stark and unsettling. Beekeeper sought for isolated moorland apiary. Experience with Melissae umbrarum, shadow bees, essential. Unique honey, unique hazards. Accommodation rustic, discretion absolute. Inquire, Silas Blackwood, keeper of the heather, Sombre Fell, Northumbria. Elias, a disgraced entomologist whose career had been stung by his controversial theories on collective insectoid consciousness and the psychoactive properties of ritually harvested honey, felt an immediate, almost instinctual pull. The Melissae umbrarum were a legend in his small, marginalized field, a species of black, almost iridescent bee, rumored to gather nectar not from conventional flowers, but from the blossoms of sorrow that grew only in places of profound, unresolved grief, their honey said to grant visions, or madness, or both. Somber fell when Elias finally reached it after a bone-jarring journey by ancient Land Rover across miles of desolate, heather-choked moorland, was a place of stark, windswept beauty and profound, almost preternatural silence. The air was thin, cold, and carried the scent of damp peat, wild thyme, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible aroma of beeswax, fermented honey, and a subtle metallic tang, like old blood. The apiary was not a collection of neat white hives. It was a series of ancient, weathered stone cairns, half hidden amongst the gnarled, black-limbed heather, their narrow entrances buzzing with the low, resonant hum of the shadow bees. At the center of the cairns, on a slight rise overlooking a vast, mist-shrouded valley, stood a single low-roofed stone croft, its windows like dark, watchful eyes. This was the dwelling of Silas Blackwood, and now, Elias's temporary home. Blackwood was as much a part of the moor as the granite tors that thrust from the peat. He was ancient, his skin the color and texture of weathered leather, his eyes the pale, cloudy blue of a winter sky. He was wrapped in rough homespun wool, and his gnarled hands, when he offered one to Elias, were stained a deep, permanent amber, as if he had been dipping them in honey for a lifetime. His voice was a low, breathy whisper, like wind sighing through dry heather. "Dr. Thorne," Blackwood rasped, his gaze direct, unnervingly perceptive. "The hive, it dreams restlessly. The queen's song is discordant. The honey flows black with unshed tears. The fell requires a new listener." He led Elias through the buzzing cairns, the shadow bees swirling around them in dark, iridescent clouds, their hum a deep, almost infrasonic thrum that vibrated in Elias's bones. They were larger than any bees he had ever seen, their bodies sleek and black, their wings beating with a slow, deliberate rhythm. They showed no aggression, only a profound, watchful curiosity. Elias's task, Blackwood explained, was to attune himself to the hive, to understand the source of its distress, to identify the tainted nectar or sorrowful pollen that was corrupting the honey, and to help restore the great harmony between the bees, the fell, and the sleepers below. "The sleepers below?" Elias asked, his unease growing. Blackwood gestured towards a series of ancient, almost entirely eroded burial mounds that dotted the distant slopes of the valley. The old ones, those who first cultivated the Melissae umbrarum, those whose sorrows, still, bloom on the moor. The bees gather their essence. The honey, it is their dreams, their memories, distilled. But of late, a new bitter dream has entered the hive. Elias was given a small, stone-flagged room in the croft, its single window overlooking the buzzing cairns. His tools were his entomological knowledge, a collection of antique, silver-lined smokers and veils, and a series of small, intricately carved listening bowls made of polished bog oak, which Blackwood claimed could amplify the subtle psychic Emanations of the hive. The first few days were an exercise in cautious acclimatization. Elias spent hours observing the shadow bees, their strange, ritualistic flight patterns, their preference for the darkest, most melancholic blossoms that clung to the shadowed crevices of the moor. He learned to move amongst them without fear, their collective hum a constant, soothing presence, yet underscored by that new, dissonant note of distress. The honey, when Blackwood finally allowed him to taste it, was unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was almost black, thick as molasses, with a complex, bittersweet flavor that hinted at ancient sorrows, forgotten landscapes, and a profound, almost unbearable loneliness. It also induced a state of heightened perception, a dreamlike clarity, where the boundaries between past and present, between the seen and the unseen, seemed to blur. He began to understand the tainted nectar. During his increasingly frequent, honey-induced visions, he saw them. The sleepers below. Not as physical forms, but as swirling vortexes of pure, concentrated emotion, anchored to the burial mounds. Most were quiescent, their sorrows a gentle, melancholic hum that the bees transmuted into the dark, healing honey. But one was different. It was a newer presence, a raw, festering wound of grief and rage, emanating from a freshly disturbed mound on the far side of the valley. A place Blackwood called Widow's Peak. This sleeper sorrow was not melancholic. It was actively malevolent, a psychic poison that was seeping into the fen, into the bees, into the very fabric of Somber Fell. He found Alara Thorns, the name, a persistent, familial echo across generations of custodianship, journals in a locked ironwood chest beneath Blackwood's own straw pallet. She had been Silas's predecessor, the keeper of the heather before him, her entries spanning nearly 50 years. The cycle of sorrow turns, one entry read, penned in a spidery, elegant hand. A new sleeper has joined the chorus of the Fell, a young shepherdess, lost to the mists, her heart broken by a faithless lover. Her grief is a sharp stone in the honey. The bees struggle to transmute it. The widow's peak weeps black tears. The umbral lilies there bloom with a feverish, unnatural light. The hive grows agitated. The queen's song falters. I fear this sorrow is too raw, too resistant to the old harmonies. Alara Thorn had tried, in her time, to soothe this new discordant sleeper. She had performed the ancient rituals, offered the traditional balms of heather smoke and chanted lullabies. But the grief of the shepherdess, fueled by betrayal and a violent, untimely death, details Elias gleaned from other, darker entries, was too potent, too bitter. The hive sickens, Ilara's last entry read, her script shaky, desperate. The honey turns to poison, the bees. They bring me visions of her rage, her unending despair. I can no longer filter it. The fell itself, it begins to die. Elias understood. The unique hazards mentioned in the advertisement were not stings or allergies. They were psychic, emotional. The keeper of the heather was not just a beekeeper. They were a filter, a conduit, a living harmonizer, absorbing and transmuting the raw, often dangerous emotional energies of the sleepers below. With the aid of the Melissae umbrarum, and Silas Blackwood, ancient and frail, was failing. just as Alara Thorne had before him. The shadow bees themselves were showing signs of the blight. Their hum was erratic, their flight patterns agitated. Some were found dead near the cairns, their black bodies brittle, their iridescent wings dull. The honey they produced was now almost entirely black, its taste acrid, its visions filled with rage, despair, and a chilling, vengeful hunger. Elias knew he had to confront the sleeper of Widow's Peak. He had to find a way to soothe its tormented spirit, to reharmonize its discordant song before it consumed Somberfell and its ancient symbiotic guardians. He prepared himself with rituals gleaned from Alara's journals. He fasted, meditated, and drank small, carefully measured doses of the purest, oldest honey he could find. Honey from a time before the Widow's Peak. Sleeper had awakened, honey that resonated with the deep, melancholic peace of the ancient fell. He wove a new veil from strands of silver thread and the down of moorland birds, and fashioned a new smoker from a hollowed-out ram's horn, filled with a pungent mixture of dried heather, bog myrtle, and powdered jet. Then, armed with these anachronistic tools and his own desperate academic courage, he set out at dusk towards Widow's Peak. The journey was a descent into a landscape increasingly saturated with sorrow and rage. The heather here was blackened, withered. The stones were cold, sharp, like broken teeth. The air was thick with the scent of bitter almonds and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible odor of charring, as if the very earth were smoldering with unresolved fury. He found the disturbed burial mound at the summit of the peak, a raw, open wound in the ancient landscape. A single, twisted hawthorn tree, its branches like skeletal claws, grew from its center. And beneath the tree, the source of the blight, a cluster of sorrow blossoms unlike any he had ever seen. Their petals were the color of congealed blood, their stamens like tiny black thorns, their scent a nauseating miasma of grief, betrayal, and a terrifying, vengeful hatred. The shadow bees were here, dozens of them, but they were not gathering nectar. They were dying. Their small black bodies littered the ground around the sorrow blossoms, their wings still, their vibrant hum silenced. The psychic poison of this place was too strong even for them. As Alistair approached, a wave of pure, unadulterated rage slammed into him, so powerful it almost brought him to his knees. He saw visions. A young woman, her face contorted in agony, betrayed by a lover, cast out by her village, dying alone and terrified on this desolate peak. Her name, Alara, the same as the previous keeper, a cruel coincidence, or perhaps a resonant echo. Her sorrow was a living entity, a vortex of pain that sought to draw everything into its nihilistic embrace. Elias ignited the contents of his ram's horn smoker. The pungent, sacred smoke billowed around him, creating a fragile, shimmering shield against the overwhelming tide of the sleeper's rage. He began to chant, not words, but pure, resonant tones, melodies gleaned from Alara Thorne's journals, melodies designed to soothe, to harmonize, to understand. He was not trying to banish the sleeper. He was trying to listen to her, to acknowledge her pain, to offer her not absolution, but witness. He approached the sorrow blossoms, his voice weaving a counterpoint to their silent, screaming rage. He spoke of his own loneliness, his own academic frustrations, his own quiet despairs. He offered not just the ancient harmonies of the fell, but the dissonances of his own, flawed, human existence. The effect was subtle at first, a slight calming in the psychic storm, a lessening of the oppressive, vengeful pressure. The blood-red petals of the sorrow blossoms seemed to tremble, their black thorns to soften, just slightly. He continued his strange, resonant dialogue for hours, his voice growing hoarse, his body trembling with exhaustion, the sacred smoke of his smoker dwindling. He poured all his empathy, all his understanding of sorrow, all his belief in the possibility of healing, even in the face of unimaginable pain, into his song, into his offering. And slowly, painstakingly, the sleeper of Widow's Peak began to respond. Her rage did not vanish, but it transformed. It became a profound, heartbreaking grief, a lament for a life lost, a love betrayed, a justice denied. The sorrow blossoms began to change color, their blood red fading to a deep, bruised purple, then to a soft, melancholic lavender. Their thorns receded, their petals unfurled, releasing a new scent, no longer of rage and decay, but of regret, of sorrow, and of a fragile dawning peace. The shadow bees, those that had survived, began to stir. They cautiously approached the transformed blossoms, their hum no longer agitated, but a low, mournful thrum. They began to gather the new lavender-hued nectar, their dark bodies dusted with a pollen that shimmered with a soft, silvery light. Dawn broke over somber fell, painting the mist-shrouded valley in hues of rose and gold. Elias Thorne collapsed, his task complete. The sleeper of Widow's Peak was not silenced, but harmonized. Her sorrow was no longer a poison, but a new, poignant note in the ancient, complex symphony of the fell. Silas Blackwood found him there, hours later, asleep amidst the now lavender sorrow blossoms, the shadow bees humming a gentle, peaceful song around him. "You have done it, listener," Blackwood whispered, his ancient eyes filled with a quiet awe. "You have rewoven the dream of the fell. You have healed the hive." Elias Thorne remained on Somber Fell. He became its new keeper of the heather, its new listener, his life forever intertwined with the fate of the shadow bees, the sleepers below, and the ancient, sorrowful magic of the moor. He learned from Silas Blackwood the deepest secrets of the Melissae Umbrarum, the intricate art of tending the hive mind, of harvesting the honey of dreams and memories. He knew the balance was fragile. New sorrows would always arise on the fell. New sleepers would awaken, their grief a potential poison, or a new, poignant note in the ever-evolving symphony. His vigil would be eternal, but he was no longer alone. He had the bees, their collective consciousness a comforting, buzzing presence. He had the sleepers, their ancient sorrows now a source of wisdom, of understanding. And he had the honey, dark and mysterious, a distillation of 1,000 lives, 1,000 dreams, a liquid map of the human heart in all its beauty and its pain. Sometimes, on nights when the moon hangs full and silver over Somber Fell, and the wind whispers forgotten lullabies through the heather, Elias Thorne, the entomologist who sought to understand the hidden lives of insects, walks among the buzzing cairns. He listens to the song of the shadow bees, a song of sorrow and sweetness, of life and death, of the eternal, resilient magic of a world that remembers everything and forgets nothing. and he knows that his own story, his own sorrows, his own quiet triumphs are now part of that song, woven into the very fabric of the fell, a new resonant thread in the ancient, ever-evolving tapestry of existence. The honey, he understands, is not just a substance, it is a sacrament. And he, its humble dedicated keeper. The job offer arrived via a smudged, typewritten postcard tucked into the miscellaneous opportunities section of a fading trade paper for projectionists and cinema historians. It read, "Operator sought for private cinematheque. Experience with any nitrate and early sound systems essential. Unique collection. Secluded location. Accommodation provided. Discretion vital. Inquire. Mr. Silas Blackwood, Penhurst Grand Cinema, Hollow Creek Valley, Pennsylvania." Arthur Artie Miller, a film archivist whose once promising career at a prestigious university film school had dimmed after a controversial paper on the mnemonic residue in silver halide emulsions. The theory that film stock could retain faint, psychic imprints of the events and emotions captured during its original exposure felt a familiar, anachronistic pull. He was a man obsessed with the ghosts of cinema, the flickering phantoms of a bygone era. The Penhurst Grand, he knew from obscure cinema histories, was a legend, a palatial early 20th century movie palace that had mysteriously closed its doors in the late 1940s and was rumored to house an unparalleled and perhaps unholy collection of lost and forbidden films. Hollow Creek Valley, when Artie finally reached it after a long, winding drive through the mist-shrouded autumnal hills of rural Pennsylvania, was a place that time seemed to have forgotten. The hamlet itself was a cluster of weathered, clapboard houses, their paint peeling, their porches sagging, their windows like dark, vacant eyes. The air was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, wood smoke, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible odor of old celluloid, hot projector oil, and a subtle Swedish aroma, like stale popcorn and forgotten perfume. The Penhurst Grand Cinema loomed at the far end of the valley's single unpaved main street, a colossal Art Deco behemoth, its once gleaming white facade now stained and cracked, its grand marquee bearing only a few rusted, indecipherable letters. Its towering, cathedral-like windows were dark, like portals into an abyss of forgotten dreams. Mr. Silas Blackwood, the custodian, met Artie at the cinema's massive, bronze-clad doors, which were surprisingly unlocked. Blackwood was as much a fixture of the decaying grandeur as the cinema itself, a tall, gaunt figure in a threadbare but impeccably tailored usher's uniform from a bygone era. His face was pale, deeply lined, his eyes the color of faded sepia, holding a profound, weary knowledge. His voice was a low, dry whisper, like the rustle of old film stock unspooling in the darkness. "Mr. Miller," Blackwood rasped, his gaze unnervingly direct. "Your particular expertise is most welcome. The archive has been restless. The projector, it yearns for a steady hand." He led Artie into the cinema's cavernous, dust-filled auditorium. The silence was absolute, a heavy, muffling quiet that seemed to absorb all sound. Thousands of faded velvet seats, their plushness long since surrendered to dust and decay, receded into the gloom, all facing a massive silver screen that shimmered faintly in the half-light, as if still holding the ghostly afterimage of 1,000 forgotten films. The air was thick with that theatrical scent, stronger here, mingled with the faint metallic tang of old projectors and the almost subliminal hum of dormant electrical systems. Artie's task, Blackwood explained, was to restore and maintain the Penhurst's legendary projection booth and its unique collection of film prints. The cinema, Blackwood revealed, was not merely a repository of old movies. It was a chrono-cinematic archive, a place where certain films of intense emotional power or anomalous temporal resonance, were preserved not just as celluloid, but as living echoes. "These films, Mr. Miller," Blackwood whispered, his gaze fixed on the shimmering silver screen. "They are more than just images and sounds. They are windows. Windows into moments, into emotions, into lives that still resonate within the silver halide. The projector. It is not merely a machine. It is a conduit. It allows these echoes to breathe again, to replay themselves. But of late, the signal has become corrupted. The echoes are bleeding." Artie was given a small, surprisingly comfortable apartment above what had once been the cinema's grand lobby, its single window overlooking the deserted, mist-shrouded Main Street of Hollow Creek Valley. His tools were his own meticulous knowledge of film restoration, a workshop filled with antique projectors, splicers, and rewinds, all in surprisingly good condition, and a series of resonant filters, strange crystalline lenses that Blackwood claimed could harmonize the chronal frequencies of the more volatile film prints. The first few weeks were a film archivist's dream, and a growing source of profound unease. The Penhurst Vault, located deep beneath the stage, contained an astonishing collection: lost masterpieces of silent cinema, unseen works by forgotten auteurs, newsreels of events that history had no record of, and, most disturbingly, films that seemed to have no earthly origin. Reels labeled with cryptic symbols, their celluloid, a strange iridescent black, their content, unimaginable. Artie worked with a meticulous, almost reverent dedication. He cleaned the brittle nitrate prints, repaired torn sprockets, carefully spliced broken footage. The projection booth itself was a marvel of early cinema technology, dominated by two massive carbon arc projectors, their brass fittings gleaming, their complex mechanisms a testament to a bygone era of mechanical artistry. The bleeding of the echoes began subtly. He would be working on a specific film, perhaps a silent melodrama from the 1920s, and he would catch fleeting glimpses of images, of sounds, from another film, a film he hadn't threaded, superimposed, like ghostly after-images, onto the footage he was viewing. A character from a stark German expressionist piece would suddenly appear in the background of a light-hearted musical. The soundtrack of a forgotten film noir would bleed into the poignant silence of a Chaplin comedy. Then came the whispers. Faint, at first, like the hiss of optical soundtracks or the rustle of an unseen audience, they seemed to emanate from the projection booth itself, from the very heart of the machines. They grew more distinct, coalescing into fragments of dialogue, of sound effects, of musical scores from films he had never seen, never heard of. He found Blackwood's own journals, kept in a locked compartment within the main projector housing. They were not written, but recorded on fragile wax cylinder phonograph records, Blackwood's dry, whispering voice chronicling decades, perhaps centuries, of solitary custodianship. The Festival of Lost Dreams approaches. One recording, dated perhaps from the 1930s, crackled. The veil between narratives thins. The characters, they grow restless. They seek to cross over, to rewrite their endings, to find solace in stories not their own. The somnambulists, Reel is particularly agitated tonight. Her dream bleeds into the newsreels. The city panics. I must reinforce the diegetic boundaries. The somnambulist's reel. Artie had found it, tucked away in a lead-lined canister, its label bearing only a single stylized ink. He hadn't dared to thread it yet. Blackwood's recording spoke of the Penhurst Grand not as a cinema, but as a nexus. A place where the collective unconscious of cinema had taken root, where the archetypes, the narratives, the very essence of filmmaking had become sentient, self-aware. The films were not just recordings. They were living entities, their characters, their stories, constantly replaying, reinterpreting, and sometimes, dangerously, interacting with each other. The projectionist was not just an operator. They were a mediator, a guardian, a performer in a never-ending self-referential drama. Artie's own dreams became a bewildering, terrifying pastiche of cinematic history. He would find himself a character in a dozen different films at once. A trench-coated detective in a rain-slicked alley, a swashbuckling hero on the deck of a pirate ship, a doomed lover in a gaslit melodrama, a terrified victim in a creature feature. He would wake exhausted, the scent of hot celluloid and stale popcorn clinging to him, the lines of a dozen different scripts jumbled in his mind, the bleeding of the echoes intensified. The cinema itself seemed to become a vast, flickering dreamscape. He would see characters from different films interacting in the dusty auditorium, their dialogue a confusing, often tragic mishmash of genres and eras. A mournful Pierrot from a silent French art film would attempt to comfort a screaming Fay Ray from King Kong. A hard-boiled detective from a 1940s noir would interrogate a wide-eyed Judy Garland from The Wizard of Oz. The very fabric of narrative was unraveling. One night, as Artie was desperately trying to recalibrate one of the carbon arc projectors, the silver screen at the far end of the auditorium flickered to life on its own. It showed not a coherent film, but a chaotic, swirling vortex of images, of sounds, of emotions, joy, terror, love, despair, all culled from the Penhurst's vast, tormented archive, all bleeding together into a single, overwhelming and terrifyingly beautiful expression of pure cinema. And in the center of that vortex, a figure began to coalesce. Tall, gaunt, draped in shadows, its face obscured, but its presence radiating an immense, ancient, and utterly seductive power. The director, Blackwood's journals called it. The sentient collective consciousness of the Penhurst Grand. The entity that wove the dreams, that pulled the narrative strings. The boundaries dissolve archivist. Its voice echoed in Artie's mind, a voice made of 1,000 whispering soundtracks, 1,000 forgotten scores. The stories merge. The grand performance begins, and you shall be its star. Artie felt a profound, almost irresistible, pull towards the screen, towards the swirling vortex of cinematic energy. He felt his own identity, his own story, begin to fray, to be drawn into that vast, collective narrative. He was losing himself, becoming just another character, another echo, in the Penhurst's endless, self-consuming dream. He knew he had to fight it. He was an archivist, a preserver of stories, not a participant in their chaotic unmaking. He thought of Blackwood's resonant filters, the strange crystalline lenses he had been given. He thought of the diegetic boundaries the custodian had struggled to maintain. He thought of the somnambulist's reel, the film so potent, so dangerous, it had been locked away in lead. A desperate, mad idea formed in his mind. If the director was the collective consciousness of all the films, what if he could introduce a narrative so powerful, so disruptive, that it could overwhelm it, reset it, force it back into a semblance of order? He raced to the film vault, the whispers of 1,000 merging narratives swirling around him, the very walls of the cinema seeming to flicker and shift like unstable footage. He found the lead-lined canister, his hands trembling as he unlatched it. The somnambulist's reel lay within, its black iridescent celluloid seeming to pulse with a faint, internal light. It felt cold, ancient, and profoundly wrong. He carried it back to the projection booth, the director's seductive, all-consuming call echoing in his mind. He threaded the massive carbon arc projector with a sureness, a precision that was not entirely his own, as if guided by generations of forgotten projectionists. He took a deep breath, and he threw the switch. The projector whirred to life, its carbon arc sputtering, then blazing with an intense, almost blinding white light. The somnambulist's reel began to unspool. The images that flooded the silver screen were not of this world, or perhaps of any world. They were a torrent of impossible geometries, of shifting, alien landscapes, of entities whose forms defied comprehension. The soundtrack was a symphony of pure, mind-bending static, of whispers from the void, of the silent, screaming thoughts of sleeping gods. It was a film of pure, unadulterated chaos, a narrative of anti-narrative, a story designed to unmake all other stories. The effect on the Penhurst Grand was cataclysmic. The swirling vortex on the screen, the director's presence, recoiled, shattered by the somnambulist's terrible, beautiful anti-logic. The bleeding echoes, the merging narratives, the ghostly characters. They flickered, wavered, then began to unravel, their forms dissolving back into the individual film strips from which they had sprung. The cinema itself seemed to groan in protest, its ancient timbers creaking, its foundations shuddering. The very air crackled with discharging chronal energy. Artie clung to the projector, the somnambulist's reel spinning relentlessly, its chaotic beauty a terrifying shield against the unmaking of the director. He felt his own mind teetering on, the brink of dissolution, the sheer alien otherness of the film threatening to shatter his sanity. But he held on. He was the projectionist. He would see this final, terrible reel through to its end. And then, as the last frame of the somnambulist's reel flickered through the gate, as its final, deafening chord of static faded into silence, a new silence descended upon the Penhurst Grand. Not the oppressive, watchful silence of before, but a clean, empty, and utterly profound silence. The silence of a story ended. The silence of a dream finally, truly, laid to rest. Artie Miller collapsed beside the projector, his body trembling, his mind reeling, but his own. The silver screen was dark, quiescent. The whispers were gone. The bleeding echoes had ceased. When he finally stumbled out of the projection booth, the auditorium was still, empty, and blessedly ordinary. Just an old, decaying movie palace, its magic and its madness finally exhausted. Silas Blackwood stood in the center of the lobby, his ancient form more translucent, more ethereal than before. A faint, gentle smile touched his lips. The grand performance. "It is over, Mr. Miller," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "You have rewritten the final reel. You have given the archive peace. He raised a hand, not in farewell, but in release. My watch is ended, and with a final, soft sigh, like the last rustle of celluloid unspooling, Silas Blackwood, the eternal custodian, faded, dissolved, becoming one with the dust and shadows of the Penhurst Grand. R.D. Miller left Hollow Creek Valley the next day. He didn't look back. He carried with him no films, no artifacts, only the profound, unsettling knowledge of what he had witnessed, of what he had done. He never returned to his academic career. He couldn't. His understanding of film, of narrative, of reality itself, had been too profoundly, too terrifyingly altered. He opened a small independent cinema in a quiet, forgotten corner of a distant city. He showed old films, classics, forgotten gems. He threaded the projectors himself, his hands steady, his movements precise. But sometimes, late at night, when the last patrons have gone and he is alone in the flickering silence of the projection booth, he fancies he can hear it. The faint, dry rustle of old celluloid, the almost inaudible whisper of a forgotten soundtrack. He looks at the silver screen, half expecting to see the swirling vortex, to hear the director's seductive call. He knows the Penhurst Grand still stands in its misty Pennsylvania valley, a silent, empty monument to the ghosts of cinema. He knows its archive of lost and forbidden films still waits in the darkness, their echoes perhaps not entirely silenced, merely dormant. And he, Arthur R.D. Miller, the projectionist who stared into the heart of cinematic chaos and survived, carries the memory of the somnambulist's reel within him, a constant, chilling reminder that some stories are too powerful to be told, some dreams too dangerous to be dreamed, and some projectors are best left threaded with silence. The silver screen, after all, is a hungry void, and it always yearns for one last, spectacular, and perhaps final show. The missive arrived not by post, but washed ashore on a furious late autumn tide, sealed within a corked dark green glass bottle encrusted with ancient barnacles. Inside, a single sheet of brittle, water-stained parchment bore a message etched in a spidery, archaic script. The salt lines fray. The abyssal hum deepens. The transmutation falters. Your unique understanding of resonant alchemy is urgently sought. Seek the warden at Bleakwater Point. No signature. Only the faint, lingering scent of brine, kelp, and something else. A subtle metallic tang, like old, cold iron mixed with the unsettling sweetness of decay. Dr. Alistair Finch, a disgraced biochemist whose career had foundered after he published his radical theories on bioresonant frequencies and the alchemical memory of water, felt an immediate, almost cellular pull. Bleakwater Point was a name whispered only in the most obscure maritime folklore, a place on a remote, storm-lashed promontory in the Outer Hebrides, rumored to be the site of an ancient subaquatic laboratory where the legendary Alistair Thorne, the Thorne name, a recurring, unsettling echo in the annals of fringe science, had attempted to transmute seawater itself into a form of sentient elixir, or, as some darker tales suggested, a gateway to the voiceless deep. Driven by a mixture of academic desperation and a lifelong fascination with the ocean's deepest, most enigmatic mysteries, Alistair chartered a small, ill-favored fishing trawler, its hull scarred by countless battles with the unforgiving North Atlantic. The journey was a descent into increasing isolation and the overwhelming primordial power of the sea. The captain, a taciturn islander named Silas, whose eyes held the ancient, weary wisdom of those who live by the ocean's fickle moods, spoke little, his gaze often fixed on the churning, slate-gray horizon, as if listening for some silent, subaquatic summons. Bleakwater Point, when it finally loomed out of the perpetual sea mist, was a stark, granite fist of land, thrusting defiantly into a perpetually furious ocean. At its very tip, clinging precariously to the cliff edge, was a low, windowless stone structure, its walls green with ancient lichen, its roof a single massive slab of wave-worn slate. It looked less like a laboratory and more like a natural outcrop, a part of the island's ancient, unyielding bones. The air was thick with the shriek of unseen seabirds, the roar of the surf against the black, jagged rocks, and that same faint, metallic sweet scent, stronger here, mingled with the sharp, ozonic tang of an impending storm. Silas, the trawler captain, refused to approach any closer than a treacherous, kelp-strewn reef half a mile offshore. "The warden dunny like visitors by the main passage," he grunted, his voice a low rumble against the wind. "You'll find the whispering steps on the lee side if the tide allows. And may the old ones of the deeps have mercy on your soul, Doctor. Few who seek Bleakwater Point ever truly leave it." He lowered a small battered skiff, and Alistair, his heart a cold knot of apprehension and illicit excitement, rode towards the cliffs. The whispering steps were a narrow, treacherous fissure in the cliff face, leading upwards to the stone structure. The steps were slick with sea spray and an unnerving phosphorescent slime, and the air within the fissure resonated with a faint, almost inaudible chorus of whispers, as if the rock itself held the trapped voices of countless drowned sailors. The warden met him at the top of the steps, a figure as ancient and elemental as Bleakwater Point itself. Tall, gaunt, draped in what looked like cured sealskin. Their face was obscured by the deep shadow of a hood woven from dried kelp and strands of what looked disturbingly like human hair. Their hands, when one emerged to grip Alistair's arm, with surprising strength, were gnarled and cold like sea-worn driftwood. Their voice, when it finally spoke, was a dry, sibilant whisper, like waves receding over shingle. "Dr. Finch," the warden hissed, their breath carrying the faint metallic tang of the deep ocean. "You have heeded the salt lines. The abyssal hum. It grows too loud. The great work is endangered." They led Alistair into the stone structure. The interior was a single, vast, circular chamber, its domed ceiling lost in shadow. The walls were lined with shelves holding an astonishing array of glass retorts, copper alembics, and crystalline vessels, all connected by a bewildering network of tarnished silver pipes and bubbling luminescent tubes. In the center of the chamber, on a raised dais of black volcanic rock, pulsed a massive spherical vat filled with what looked like living, breathing seawater, its surface roiling with strange internal currents and flashes of cold blue light. This, Alistair knew with a certainty that bypassed reason, was Alistair Thorne's oceanic crucible, the heart of his forgotten alchemical experiments. "For centuries," the warden whispered, their hooded gaze fixed on the pulsating vat, "the crucible has maintained the balance. It distills the ocean's memories, harmonizes its emotional resonances, transforms its raw, chaotic energies into the aqua vitae animae, the water of soulful life. This elixir, it nourishes the thinning veil between worlds, keeps the old ones of the deeps in their slumber, and preserves the fragile sanity of your surface world." Alistair, the biochemist, felt his scientific skepticism war with a primal, superstitious dread. This was beyond any known chemistry, any rational biology. This was alchemy in its purest, most terrifying form. But the salt lines, the ancient geomantic currents that feed and regulate the crucible, they fray, the warden continued, their voice taking on a note of desperate urgency. A new, dissonant frequency has entered the abyssal hum, the deep song of the ocean's core. It is a dirge of unmaking. It corrupts the aqua vitae, turns its life-giving properties into a solvent of souls. The transmutation falters. The old ones stir, and the veil, it tears. Alistair's task, the warden explained, was to enter the echo chamber, a smaller shielded cell directly connected to the oceanic crucible, and using his unique understanding of bioresonant frequencies and a collection of antique, pearl-inlaid hydro-divining rods, to identify the source of this dissonant dirge, to understand its alchemical signature, and to reharmonize the abyssal hum before the unmaking is complete. He was given a small, damp alcove carved into the stone wall for his quarters, containing a rough cot woven from dried seaweed and a single, flickering oil lamp that burned with a strange blue flame. His only companions were the ceaseless roar of the ocean, the unsettling whispers from the whispering steps, and the profound, ancient sorrow that seemed to emanate from the very stones of Bleakwater Point. The first few days were an exercise in sensory overload and mounting dread. Alistair spent hours in the chronomantic chamber. No, the alchemical chamber, he corrected himself, though the distinction felt increasingly meaningless, observing the oceanic crucible. Its surface roiled with disturbing patterns, its internal, light shifting from a healthy, vibrant blue to a sickly, bruised purple, then to an ominous, light-absorbing black. The abyssal hum, which should have been a steady, resonant thrum, was now punctuated by jarring, atonal shrieks and periods of profound, unnatural silence, as if the ocean itself were gasping for breath. He found Alistair Thorne's original laboratory, notes not written on paper, but etched onto thin, translucent sheets of mother-of-pearl, their script a bewildering fusion of alchemical symbols, marine biology, and what looked like musical notation for a symphony of madness. The Maris Profundus sings its lament, one etched sheet read. Its tears are the prima materia, the salt of wisdom, the mercury of spirit, the sulfur of life. Within the crucible, they transmute, but the song must be pure. A shadow falls upon the deeps, a resonance of negation. It speaks in undertones of anti-music. It seeks to curdle the aqua vitae, to silence the heart of the ocean. I have forged the resonators, tuned the salt lines, but the warden who follows me must be vigilant, for the void has a patient, terrible thirst. Alistair Finch felt a cold premonition. The warden who follows? Was that him? Was this his ultimate, terrible destiny? The dirge of unmaking began to manifest more directly. The few, stunted, salt-blasted plants that clung to the cliffs outside the laboratory began to wither and blacken. The phosphorescent slime on the whispering steps pulsed with a malevolent, sickly green light. And Alistair himself began to experience vivid, terrifying dreams. Dreams of drowning in an infinite black ocean, of being crushed by unimaginable pressures, of his own consciousness dissolving into a cold, empty, voiceless void. He saw them, sometimes, in the deepest shadows of the chamber, or reflected for a fleeting moment in the roiling surface of the crucible. The old ones of the deeps not as physical forms, but as vast amorphous presences, intelligences of unimaginable antiquity and power, stirring in their abyssal slumber, their dreams tainted by the dirge, their ancient patience wearing thin. The warden grew more agitated, their kelp-woven hood pulled tighter, their whispered warnings more frantic. The transmutation approaches. It's nighter, Dr. Finch. The aqua vitae. It becomes aqua mortis. The veil. It shreds. You must enter the echo chamber. You must confront the dirge. Alistair knew he could delay no longer. He took the pearl-inlaid hydro-divining rods, their surfaces cool and strangely comforting against his trembling hands. He donned a heavy, insulated suit of cured sealskin, similar to the warden's, to protect him from the intense bio-resonant energies of the chamber. The echo chamber was a small, spherical vault, its walls lined with a seamless, black, obsidian-like material that seemed to drink all light, all sound. In the center, a single, unadorned stone plinth rose from the floor. The only illumination came from the faint pulsing light of the oceanic crucible, visible through a thick, crystalline porthole. The warden sealed the heavy, bronze-clad door. Behind him, the sound final, like a tomb being closed. Alistair stood in the center of the echo chamber, the hydro-divining rods held loosely in his hands. The silence was absolute, a perfect, terrifying void. Then, it began. The dirge of unmaking. It was not a sound, not in any conventional sense. It was a pressure, a vibration, a wave of pure, focused, malevolent entropy that bypassed his ears and resonated directly in his bones, in his cells, in the very atoms of his being. It was a song of absolute negation, of ultimate despair, of the heat death of the universe made manifest. He felt his consciousness begin to unravel, his thoughts fragmenting, his memories dissolving like salt in water. He saw visions of dying stars, of crumbling galaxies, of a vast, cold, empty cosmos where life was nothing but a brief, insignificant flicker, a cosmic mistake soon to be rectified. The hydro-divining rods in his hands grew icy cold, then burning, hot, vibrating with an almost unbearable intensity. They were resonating with the dirge, amplifying it, channeling its unmaking power directly into him. He was dying. His very essence was being unwritten. But as the last vestiges of his selfhood teetered on the brink of oblivion, a different resonance asserted itself. A faint, almost forgotten echo from his own past. The sound of his mother singing a lullaby, a simple, hopeful melody from his childhood. The memory of his first, awestruck glimpse of the ocean, its vastness not terrifying, but filled with a sense of infinite possibility. The quiet joy of a scientific breakthrough, the thrill of understanding a small piece of the universe's intricate, beautiful puzzle. These were not powerful resonances. They were small, fragile, human, but they were his. And they were anathema to the dirge's song of absolute negation. He clung to these echoes, these fragile sparks of life, of hope, of meaning. He focused all his remaining will, all his scientific understanding of resonance and frequency, and he began to push back. He did not try to silence the dirge. He did not try to overpower it. Instead, he sought to harmonize with it, to find the spaces between its notes of despair, to introduce his own small human counter-melodies. He thought of the ocean not as a cold, empty void, but as a cradle of life, a vast interconnected web of being. He thought of the salt lines, not as fraying conduits of despair, but as arteries of a living, breathing planet. He thought of the aqua vitae, not as a corrupted elixir, but as a symbol of life's tenacious alchemical power to transform, to endure. He used the hydro divining rods not as passive receivers, but as active transmitters. He projected his own resonant frequencies, his own biosignature, his own stubborn, illogical human hope into the heart of the dirge. The effect was unexpected. The dirge of unmaking faltered. Its song of absolute negation, so pure, so overwhelming, was now contaminated, interrupted by these tiny, insignificant, yet inexplicably resilient echoes of life, of meaning. The pressure in the echo chamber lessened. The visions of cosmic despair began to fragment, to recede. The icy coldness was replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. The warden, outside the chamber, felt the shift. The oceanic crucible, which had been roiling with black, light-absorbing energy, began to stabilize. Its internal light shifted from bruised purple to a deep, vibrant, life-affirming blue. The abyssal hum softened, its discordant shrieks resolving into a low, powerful, harmonious chord. Alistair Finch, in the heart of the echo chamber, felt the dirge of unmaking retreat, its power broken, its song silenced not by force, but by paradox. By the simple, undeniable, and utterly illogical truth of existence in the face of oblivion. He collapsed onto the cold stone floor, his body trembling, his mind shattered but, somehow, still whole. He had faced the ultimate entropy, the song of the void, and he had sung back. When the warden finally unsealed the echo chamber, they found Alistair pale, exhausted, but alive, and the hydro divining rods in his hands. They were no longer cold and inert. They pulsed with a faint, warm, golden light, resonating with a new, quiet harmony. You have retuned the deep song, Dr. Finch, the warden whispered, their voice filled with an awe that transcended their ancient, inhuman nature. You have mended the salt lines, the transmutation. It is restored. Alistair stayed at Bleakwater Point for many more months. He worked with the warden, learning the deepest secrets of the oceanic crucible, of the resonant alchemy that maintained the fragile balance between their world and the voiceless, hungry void. He learned that Alistair Thorne, in his terrible genius, had not just sought to create an elixir of life, but to forge a shield, a resonant barrier against the encroaching silence of cosmic entropy. He became a part of Bleakwater Point, his own life, his own consciousness, interwoven with its ancient rhythms, its profound elemental power. He was no longer just Dr. Alistair Finch, the disgraced biochemist. He was a listener, a harmonist, a guardian of the deep song. He knew the dirge of unmaking was not truly vanquished. It was an eternal aspect of the cosmos, a shadow that would always linger at the edges of existence. The veil would always be thin in places like Bleakwater Point. The old ones of the deeps would always stir in their uneasy slumber. But he also knew that life, in all its fragile, illogical, and beautiful complexity, possessed its own resonant power, its own defiant song. And as long as there were those willing to listen, to harmonize, to sing their own small, courageous melodies into the vast, indifferent silence, that song would endure. Sometimes, when the North Atlantic gales howl around the stone walls of Bleakwater Point, and the waves crash like a chorus of dying gods against the black cliffs, Alistair Finch stands before the oceanic crucible, his hand resting on its pulsating, living surface. He feels the thrum of the abyssal hum, the deep, resonant heartbeat of the ocean, and he listens. He listens for the first faint, discordant note, the first whisper of the returning dirge. He is the warden now, his form as timeless and elemental as the ancient stones, his eyes holding the deep, patient wisdom of the sea. The salt spray is his breath, the roar of the surf, his voice, the ebb and flow of the tides, his eternal, vigilant rhythm. He is the alchemist of forgotten tides, forever bound to his lonely post, a silent guardian against the silence that waits beyond the veil. And the ocean, in its vast, dreaming depths, remembers his name and his song. The summons to the Blackwood Athenaeum arrived not as a formal letter, but as a single, brittle oak leaf, pressed between two slivers of mica, delivered by a silent, gray-robed acolyte who melted into the London fog before Dr. Evelyn Hayes could ask a single question. Evelyn, a philologist whose academic career had veered into the shadowy, often dismissed study of glossolalic echoes, the theory that certain ancient, untranslatable texts could retain the psychic imprint of their authors or perhaps of the entities that inspired them, knew the implications. The oak leaf, with its 7 distinct lobes, was the sigil of the Athenaeum, a clandestine library rumored to house the world's most dangerous and forbidden books, a place where knowledge itself was said to be sentient. The accompanying note, penned in a precise, archaic script on what felt like thinly pressed wood pulp, was from one Silas Thorne, chief lexicographer and keeper of the unspoken. It spoke of a critical semantic drift within the Athenaeum's deepest archives, of errant narratives breaking free from their bindings, and a cacophony of unsanctioned lexemes that threatened to unravel the very fabric of textual reality. Evelyn's unique sensitivity to linguistic resonance was urgently required. The offered honorarium was, as always in these arcane invitations, substantial enough to silence her creditors and ignite her insatiable academic curiosity. Evelyn, whose theories on sentient grammar and the mimetic life of forgotten words had made her an outcast in mainstream linguistics, felt a familiar, perilous thrill. The Blackwood Athenaeum was a legend in her small, marginalized field, a place where the boundaries between language and reality, between the word and the world, were said to be almost non-existent. The journey to the Athenaeum was a descent into increasing geographical and perhaps conceptual isolation. A series of unmarked, black-windowed cars, driven by silent, gray-robed figures, conveyed her through a labyrinth of unnamed country lanes, deeper and deeper into a forgotten, mist-shrouded fenland in the heart of England. The Athenaeum itself, when it finally loomed out of the swirling ground fog, was not a conventional building, but a vast, multi-leveled structure that seemed to have grown organically from the peat and ancient bog oaks. Its walls a patchwork of dark, weathered stone, gnarled wood, and what looked disturbingly like oversized, fossilized books. Its few narrow windows glowed with a faint internal luminescence, like eyes filled with ancient, forbidden knowledge. The air around the Athenaeum was thick, still, and carried the scent of damp earth, decaying parchment, old leather bindings, and something else. A faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old printing ink, mingled with the subtle, dry rustle of countless turning pages. Silas Thorne met her at a low, arched doorway, constructed from what appeared to be two colossal, petrified book spines. He was a figure as ancient and enigmatic as the Athenaeum itself, tall and gaunt, draped in voluminous gray robes that seemed to absorb the dim light. His face was a network of fine wrinkles, like the crackle on an old vellum page. His eyes, the color of faded ink, holding a profound, weary wisdom. His voice was a low, soft whisper, like the turning of 1,000 distant leaves. "Dr. Hayes," Thorne breathed, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to read the very syntax of her soul. "Your arrival is timely. The unspoken word, it seeks to make itself known. The lexicon of shadows, it bleeds." He led Evelyn into the Athenaeum. The interior was a bewildering, Escher-like labyrinth of towering, irregularly shaped shelves, crammed with an impossible number of books, scrolls, tablets, and codices, their bindings crafted from materials she couldn't identify: obsidian, woven grasses, cured animal hides, even in some cases what looked like solidified shadow. The walkways between the shelves twisted and turned in non-Euclidean geometries, and the air hummed with a low, resonant chorus of whispers, as if every volume were murmuring its secrets simultaneously. Her workspace was to be the sanctum of untranslatable glyphs, a circular chamber deep within the Athenaeum, its walls lined with blank, receptive stone tablets. In the center stood a massive, intricately carved lectern made of petrified wood, upon which rested a single, colossal, open book, its pages seemingly woven from pure, solidified moonlight, its script a constantly shifting, incandescent calligraphy of unknown origin. This, Thorne explained, was the Codex Nominum, the true heart of the Athenaeum, the book that contained, or perhaps became, every other book within its walls. "The Athenaeum is not merely a collection of texts, Dr. Hayes," Thorne whispered, his eyes fixed on the luminous, shifting script of the Codex. "It is a living language, a sentient grammar. Its narratives are symbiotic, but of late a rogue meme, a virus verborum, has infected the deeper archives. It corrupts the narratives, rewrites the lexemes, and seeks to impose its own dissonant syntax upon the whole." Evelyn's task, Thorne elaborated, was to enter the silent reading room, a conceptual space rather than a physical one, accessible only through deep meditation and direct interface with the Codex Nominum, and using her unique sensitivity to linguistic resonance and a series of semantic filters, intricate, hand-held cat's cradles of silver and obsidian, thread, to identify the source and structure of this virus verborum, and to re-edit its narrative before it becomes the dominant text. She was given a small, cell-like scriptorium adjoining the sanctum, containing a simple palette, a writing desk made of polished bog oak, and a single ever-burning candle whose flame cast dancing, calligraphic shadows. Her only companions were the ceaseless whispers of the Athenaeum and the profound, ancient silence of the fens beyond its walls. The first few days were an exercise in sensory and conceptual reattunement. Evelyn spent hours in the sanctum, her hands resting lightly on the cool, luminous pages of the Codex Nominum, allowing its shifting, incandescent script to flow through her mind. She learned to navigate its non-linear, multidimensional narratives, to discern the subtle emotional resonances of its untranslatable glyphs, to feel the ebb and flow of its vast collective consciousness. The virus verborum made its presence known through its insidious effects on the Athenaeum's textual reality. Passages in familiar, or what should have been familiar, texts would subtly alter their meaning. Characters from one narrative would bleed into another, their dialogue jarringly out of context. Entire sections of the Athenaeum's archives would fall silent, their whispers extinguished, replaced by a cold, empty, and terrifyingly meaningless static. Evelyn, too, began to experience its influence. Her thoughts would become tangled, her words misshapen. She would find herself speaking in forgotten dialects, her dreams filled with a cacophony of alien grammars and screaming, untranslatable phonemes. The virus verborum was not just infecting the books, it was infecting her. She found Thorne's own research notes, not written, but woven into intricate tapestries of spun shadow and moonlight, stored in a hidden recess behind the Codex Nominum. They spoke of the virus verborum as an anti-narrative, a lexical black hole, an entity from a place where meaning has collapsed, drawn to the Athenaeum's vast reservoir of stories, seeking to consume them, to reduce them to undifferentiated silence. The word eater comes, one tapestry seemed to whisper, its threads vibrating with a cold, ancient dread. It speaks in absences, in negations. It unwrites the world. The Athenaeum, the repository of all stories, is its ultimate feast. Evelyn knew she had to enter the silent reading room to confront this word-eater, this virus verborum, in its own conceptual domain. She prepared herself with rituals gleaned from Thorne's shadow tapestries, fasting, meditation, the chanting of counter-lexemes, words of power designed to strengthen the boundaries of meaning and identity. She sat before the Codex Nominum, the silver and obsidian cat's cradles held ready in her hands. She closed her eyes, and she read. Not with her eyes, but with her mind, her soul, allowing the luminous shifting script of the Codex to draw her deeper and deeper into its infinite textual heart. The silent reading room was not a room at all. It was a void, a vast, empty, silent expanse where the very concept of up and down, of space and time, had no meaning. And in the center of this void, a darkness coalesced, a swirling vortex of anti-light, anti-sound, anti-meaning. The word eater. It had no form, yet it was undeniably present, its intelligence vast, cold, and utterly alien. It radiated an aura of profound, seductive nihilism, a promise of ultimate peace in the cessation of all thought, all story, all being. It spoke to Evelyn, not in words, but in a torrent of pure, deconstructed concepts, a deluge of fractured syntax and semantic chaos, designed to overwhelm her mind, to shatter her sense of self, to unravel her very identity into a meaningless jumble of disconnected phonemes. Evelyn fought back. She used the semantic filters, the cat's cradles, weaving intricate patterns of silver and obsidian thread, creating conceptual shields, deflectors of meaning. She countered the word-eater's nihilistic pronouncements with affirmations of existence, its fractured syntax with the elegant, resilient logic of forgotten grammars. She was a linguist, a philologist, a lover of words, of stories, of the intricate, beautiful, and often frustrating human attempt to impose meaning on a chaotic universe. And she would not allow that meaning to be unwritten. She drew upon the power of the Athenaeum itself, upon the countless stories bound within its walls, upon the collective consciousness of every author, every scribe, every reader who had ever contributed to its vast, living lexicon. She wove these stories into a shield, a tapestry of narrative so rich, so complex, so resilient, that the word-eater's song of unmaking began to falter against it. She spoke of Gilgamesh and his sorrow, of Scheherazade and her 1,001 defiant nights, of Hamlet and his existential dread, of Quixote and his impossible dreams. She spoke of love and loss, of hope and despair, of the endless, beautiful, terrible human struggle to find meaning in a meaningless world. She was not just defending herself. She was defending the very concept of narrative, the fundamental human need to tell stories, to create meaning, to leave an echo in the vast, indifferent silence of the cosmos. The word-eater, an entity of pure negation, could not comprehend this. It understood only absence, only silence, only the inevitable heat, death of meaning. Faced with this onslaught of story, of significance, it began to recoil. Its form flickered, its vortex of anti-light wavered. The torrent of deconstructed concepts slowed, then ceased. Evelyn pressed her advantage. She focused all her will, all her love for language, all the power of the Athenaeum's collective narratives into a single, focused, conceptual blast. The idea of, and then, the fundamental driving force of all narrative, the promise of continuation, the antithesis of the word-eater's song of finality. The effect was profound. The word-eater shrieked, a silent, psychic howl of pure, unadulterated negation being negated. Its form imploded, collapsing in on itself, its vortex of anti-light shrinking, fading, until it was nothing more than a faint, lingering smudge in the conceptual void. Then, even that was gone. Evelyn found herself back in the sanctum of untranslatable glyphs, kneeling before the Codex Nominum, its luminous pages now calm, its script flowing with a new, serene clarity. The oppressive silence, the semantic drift, the errant narratives, all gone. The Athenaeum, it was breathing again, its vast, textual heart beating with a steady, healthy rhythm. Silas Thorne stood beside her, his ancient face, for the first time, holding a faint, almost imperceptible smile. "You have rebound the lexicon, Dr. Hayes," he whispered, his voice filled with a quiet, profound respect. "You have silenced the unspeaker. The stories, they are safe, for now." Evelyn Hayes remained at the Blackwood Athenaeum. She had to. She was part of it now. Her own story, her own essence, interwoven with its infinite living narratives. She became the new chief lexicographer, the new keeper of the unspoken. Her life dedicated to tending the vast sentient library, to guarding its fragile boundaries against the incursions of those entities that sought to unwrite the world. She learned from Silas Thorne, who was, she came to understand, less a man and more a living embodiment of the Athenaeum's oldest, most resilient grammars. The deepest secrets of textual reality, the arcane art of navigating the conceptual pathways between stories, of mending the frayed edges of meaning, of soothing the occasional, restless narrative that threatened to break free from its binding. She knew the word-eater, or others like it, would one day return. The void between stories is vast, and its hunger for meaning is eternal. The battle for narrative, for significance, For the fragile human insistence on making sense of a senseless universe was a ceaseless vigil. But Evelyn Hayes, the philologist who had dared to listen to the echoes of dead languages, had found her true calling. She was no longer an outcast, a ridiculed eccentric. She was a guardian of stories, a weaver of words, a silent sentinel against the encroaching silence of oblivion. Sometimes, late at night, in the heart of the vast, whispering Athenaeum, she sits before the Codex Nominum, its luminous pages open before her. She listens to the murmur of a million narratives, the collective dream of humanity, and she adds her own small, quiet voice to its eternal, ever-evolving song. For she understands now that language is not just a tool for communication. It is the very fabric of reality. And a library, a true library, is not just a collection of books. It is a fortress against the dying of the light, a defiant fist shaken in the face of the void, a testament to the enduring, and perhaps ultimately triumphant, power of the well-told story. The silence of the Athenaeum is the sound of every story ever told, and every story yet to be imagined, held in a perfect, fragile, and eternal balance. And Evelyn Hayes, its newest, and perhaps most dedicated librarian, keeps her watch. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single cracked porcelain doll's eye, its painted blue iris staring with an unnerving, vacant intensity. It was left on the doorstep of Alistair Finch's small, cluttered antique music box repair shop in a forgotten, gaslit alley of old Prague. Alistair, a master craftsman whose obsessive pursuit of phononic resonance, the theoretical ability of certain finely tuned mechanisms to capture and replay not just sound, but the emotional echoes of their original environment, had left him isolated from the more pragmatic world of horology and automata, knew the chilling implication. The doll's eye was the sigil of the Harmonic Custodians, a clandestine fraternity rumored to tend to fractured symphonies and dissonant memories, embedded within unique, often cursed, mechanical artifacts. The accompanying note, etched onto a thin sliver of tarnished silver, was from one Silas Thorne, maestro of the silent score. It spoke of a critical desynchronization within the grand automaton housed at the secluded Chateau de Verre, a place Alistair knew only from apocryphal texts on sentient clockwork. The automaton, Thorne's note explained, was failing, its intricate memory gears grinding, its emotional escapements seizing. It was beginning to replay not harmonious memories, but shattered melodies of profound sorrow and unspeakable terror. Alistair's unique sensitivity to mechanical empathy and resonant repair was urgently required. The offered remuneration was, as always with such shadowy entities, substantial enough to tempt him away from his dusty workbench and into the heart of an unknown and likely perilous mystery. Alistair, whose own life had been a quiet adagio of gears and springs, of meticulously restoring the lost songs of forgotten eras, felt a familiar, dangerous crescendo of curiosity. The Chateau de Verre was a legend, a place where clockwork was said to have transcended mere mechanics and touched upon something else. The journey to the chateau was a descent into a landscape of increasing isolation and melancholic beauty, a series of rickety local trains, followed by a long, unsettling carriage ride through a forest of ancient, silver-barked birches whose leaves whispered secrets in a language only the wind understood, finally brought him to a high, mist-shrouded valley. The Chateau de Verre, when it materialized from the swirling vapors, was not made of glass, as its name suggested, but of a pale, almost translucent white stone that seemed to absorb and refract the dim autumnal light. It was a fantastical, almost dreamlike structure of soaring turrets, delicate spires, and countless mullioned windows that glittered like multifaceted diamonds in the gloom. The air was still, cold, and carried the faint, almost imperceptible scent of old, polished wood, cold metal, and something else. A subtle, high-pitched hum, like 1,000 tiny, perfectly tuned tuning forks, all vibrating at slightly different, unsettling frequencies. Silas Thorne met him at the chateau's massive, intricately carved oak doors. He was a figure of indeterminate age, his movements fluid and graceful, like a perfectly balanced automaton. His face was smooth, almost featureless, save for a pair of startlingly pale blue eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom and the weariness of centuries. He was dressed in a simple, dark, high-collared tunic that seemed to absorb the surrounding shadows. His voice, when he finally spoke, was a soft, perfectly modulated baritone, each syllable precise, almost mechanical. "Maestro Finch," Thorne said, his pale eyes fixed on Alistair with an unnerving intensity. "Your arrival is harmonically anticipated. The grand automaton, it weeps. Its gears grind with forgotten sorrows. Its song is broken." He led Alistair into the chateau. The interior was a bewildering Escher-like labyrinth of polished, marble hallways, crystal chandeliers that shed a cold, fractured light, and vast, empty ballrooms, whose silence was broken only by the faint, almost inaudible ticking and whirring of unseen mechanisms. The entire chateau, Alistair realized with a dawning sense of awe and dread, seemed to be a single, colossal clockwork device. His workshop and temporary lodging was a circular chamber high in the central turret, its walls lined with intricate, glass-fronted cabinets filled with an astonishing array of tiny specialized tools, files like needles, lathes no bigger than his thumb, anointing oils in crystal phials, and tuning forks crafted from materials he didn't recognize. In the center of the room, on a velvet-draped pedestal, sat a single, exquisite music box, its silver casing intricately engraved with celestial patterns. It was silent. "The heart box," Thorne explained, his voice a soft, resonant hum. "A miniature of the grand automaton. It reflects its state. Listen to its silence, Maestro. It will tell you what is broken." Alistair's task, Thorne elaborated, was to venture into the resonance core of the chateau, the subterranean chamber where the grand automaton itself resided. There, using his unique skills, he was to identify the fractured memory gears, diagnose the dissonant emotional escapements, and reharmonize the shattered melodies before the automaton's sorrowful cacophony consumed the chateau, and perhaps the fragile sanity of those few who still tended its forgotten mechanisms. The first few days were spent in careful, almost reverent study. Alistair examined the heart box, its intricate, silent workings. He listened to the chateau itself, to the subtle, almost imperceptible symphony of its hidden gears and levers. He began to understand that Silas Thorne and the other few, pale, silent figures he occasionally glimpsed gliding through the shadowed corridors, the attendants, as Thorne called them, were not entirely human. They were extensions of the chateau, their lives, their very beings, interwoven with its clockwork heart. The shattered melodies began to manifest more overtly. Sudden, inexplicable temperature drops in certain rooms. Whispers, faint and sorrowful, that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, speaking in forgotten languages of lost loves and broken promises. Objects, a porcelain teacup, a silver locket, a child's wooden toy, would appear and disappear, each one radiating an almost unbearable aura of grief or terror. And the dreams. Alistair's nights became a torment of mechanical sorrow. He dreamed he was the grand automaton, his own heart a grinding gear, his thoughts a cacophony of discordant notes, his soul a broken spring slowly, agonizingly, unwinding. He would wake with the taste of old oil and cold metal in his mouth, his hands aching as if he had been toiling for centuries at some impossible, intricate repair. He found Alistair Thorne the Elder's original schematics for the Grand Automaton, not drawn on paper, but etched onto thin, flexible sheets of polished ivory, stored in a cryogenically sealed vault beneath the Heartbox's pedestal. They were works of terrifying genius, depicting a machine that was part clock, part analytical engine, part soul catcher. The automaton is not merely a recorder of memories. One inscription read, in Thorne's spidery, precise script. It is a vessel for their essence, each gear a lifetime, each spring a sorrow, each escapement a fleeting joy. It is designed to play the silent symphony of what has been, a harmony to soothe the passage of souls into the great stillness. But beware the shattered chord, the unresolved note. For if a sorrow too great, a trauma too profound, enters the mechanism, it can fracture the harmony. The automaton will then play only the dirge of despair, its song a contagion that can unravel the very fabric of memory, of sanity. Alistair Finch felt a cold dread settle in his workshop. The shattered melody was not just a malfunction, it was a psychic infection. And the Grand Automaton, this magnificent, terrible machine, was its patient, and perhaps its amplifier. Silas Thorne, his pale face etched with a new urgency, confirmed Alistair's fears. "The dissonance spreads, Maestro Finch," he whispered, his voice a strained, discordant note. "The attendants, they fade. Their own internal mechanisms desynchronize. The chateau, it grieves. You must descend to the resonance core. You must confront the source of the shattered chord." Alistair knew the time had come. He gathered his finest tools, his most sensitive resonant calipers, and a small silver tuning fork that had once belonged to his grandfather. A watchmaker of uncommon skill, and Alistair now suspected unacknowledged sensitivities. The resonance core was located deep beneath the chateau, at the bottom of a spiraling crystalline shaft that seemed to descend into the very heart of the earth. The air grew colder, the ambient hum of the chateau's mechanisms louder, more agitated. The walls of the shaft pulsed with a faint internal light, and the whispers of forgotten sorrows became a deafening, sorrowful chorus. The core itself was a vast spherical chamber, its walls a seamless, polished black material that absorbed all light. And in the center, suspended in a complex web of gleaming silver struts and resonating wires, pulsed the Grand Automaton. It was a thing of breathtaking, terrifying beauty. A colossal, multifaceted heart of intricate, interlocking gears, escapements, and balance wheels, all crafted from polished brass, silver, and what looked like spun moonlight. It thrummed with a palpable, contained power, its surface rippling with shifting patterns of light and shadow, its myriad components clicking, whirring, and grinding in a cacophony of discordant, sorrowful sound. This was no mere machine. It was a living, mechanical deity of memory and grief. And Alistair could see the source of its distress. At the very heart of the automaton, where the mainspring should have coiled in perfect, harmonious tension, there was a fracture, a jagged dark wound in the intricate clockwork, from which emanated a dissonant, keening note of pure, unadulterated anguish. This was the shattered chord, the unresolved note. As Alistair approached, the automaton seemed to focus its vast, sorrowful attention upon him. The temperature in the core plummeted. The discordant grinding of its gears intensified. He felt a wave of overwhelming despair wash over him, threatening to drown his own fragile will in its icy depths. He saw visions, not his own, but those of the automaton, of the countless lives whose memories it held. He saw a young woman, Ilara, her face a mask of heartbreak, betrayed by a lover, her life ending in a shadowy, forgotten room of the chateau. He saw a child, Thomas, lost and alone, his small hand clutching a broken wooden soldier, his silent tears absorbed by the cold, indifferent stones. He saw generations of thorns, of flinches, of blackwoods, their joys and sorrows, their triumphs and tragedies, all trapped, all replaying, in the grinding, discordant gears of the grieving machine. This was the source of the shattered chord, an accumulation of unresolved grief, of unmourned losses, of memories too painful to be harmonized, all coalescing around a core of primordial existential sorrow. Alistair knew he could not simply repair the automaton. This was not a mechanical problem. It was a spiritual one. He had to mend not just the gears, but the memories. He had to reharmonize the sorrow. He took out his grandfather's silver tuning fork. He struck it gently against the polished black floor. A single, pure, clear note resonated through the core, a note of simple, unwavering empathy. He began to work, not as a clockmaker, but as a therapist of time. He approached the grand automaton, his movements slow, deliberate, respectful. He didn't try to force the gears, to silence the grinding. Instead, he listened. He listened to the sorrow, to the rage, to the despair. He acknowledged it. He touched the fractured mainspring, his fingers surprisingly steady. He felt the raw, unadulterated grief that pulsed within it. And he began to sing, not with his voice, but with the tuning fork, with his tools, with his very being. He wove a counter-melody of understanding, of acceptance, of the quiet, resilient beauty of survival. He spoke to the echoes, to Ilara, to Thomas, to the countless other trapped souls. He didn't offer platitudes or false comfort. He offered witness. He acknowledged their pain, validated their sorrow, and then, gently, almost imperceptibly, began to guide their discordant notes towards a new, more peaceful resolution. It was an act of profound mechanical and emotional empathy. He was not just mending a machine. He was mending shattered hearts, soothing ancient griefs, rewriting the silent score of countless forgotten lives. The grand automaton responded. The grinding of its gears softened. The dissonant keening lessened. The fractured mainspring began to knit itself back together, its dark wound slowly, almost imperceptibly, healing. The patterns of light and shadow on its surface shifted, the harsh, jarring colors softening into a gentle, melancholic spectrum of blues and silvers. The chorus of sorrowful whispers in the core began to change. The despair lessened, replaced by a sense of release. The rage faded, leaving behind a profound, weary peace. Alistair worked for what felt like an eternity. His own sorrows, his own quiet despairs, merging with those of the automaton, becoming part of its vast, intricate, and now slowly reharmonizing symphony. He was losing himself, his individual identity, becoming a single resonant note in the chateau's ancient mechanical heart. And then, with a final soft click, a gentle sigh of perfectly balanced gears, the grand automaton fell, silent. Not the discordant, grinding silence of before, but a true, profound, and deeply peaceful silence. The silence of a story finally, truly resolved. The silence of a heart finally, mercifully, at rest. Alistair Finch slumped against the now still automaton, his body trembling, his mind exhausted but clear. He had done it. He had mended the shattered melodies. He had reharmonized the silent score. Silas Thorne stood in the entrance to the resonance core, his pale blue eyes for the first time, holding a faint, almost human warmth. The chateau. It breathes again, Maestro Finch, he whispered, his voice no longer a mechanical hum, but a soft, gentle sigh, like wind through ancient silver-barked birches. You have healed its heart. You have given its memories peace. Alistair stayed at the Chateau de Verre for many more years. He became its new maestro of the silent score, its new custodian. He learned from Silas Thorne, he came to understand, less a man and more a living embodiment of the chateau's oldest, most resilient harmonies, the deepest secrets of resonant mechanics, the arcane art of tending to the delicate emotional balance of the grand automaton. He knew the sorrow was not truly gone. It was an intrinsic part of the chateau, of its history, of its very being. But it was no longer a discordant, destructive force. It was a memory, a poignant, melancholic, and ultimately beautiful part of its eternal silent symphony. Sometimes, late at night, when the mists swirl around the moonlit turrets of the Chateau de Verre, and the wind sighs through its ancient, crystal-paned windows, Alistair Finch sits before the now silent heart box in his workshop. He holds his grandfather's silver tuning fork, and if he listens very, very closely, he can almost hear it. The faint, harmonious hum of the grand automaton, its gears turning smoothly, its springs perfectly balanced, its vast mechanical heart beating with a quiet, peaceful, and profoundly resonant rhythm. He is no longer just Alistair Finch, the restorer of antique music boxes. He is the mender of shattered melodies, the guardian of a place where memory is mechanical, where sorrow is a song, and where the intricate clockwork of existence is always, delicately, perilously, seeking its own fragile, beautiful, and eternal harmony. The silence of the chateau is no longer empty. It is filled with the quiet, resolved echoes of 1,000 forgotten lives, their stories finally, truly, at peace. The invitation arrived not as a letter, but as a single obsidian shard, cool to the touch and humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration. It was left on Dr. Eris Thorne's antique celestial globe, a relic from a more credulous era of astronomy. Aris, a theoretical cosmologist whose career had become a quiet cul-de-sac after he published his hypothesis of sidereal somnolence, The radical theory that certain ancient, seemingly empty regions of space were not devoid of matter, but were in fact vast, dormant dream fields of collapsed stars, their consciousnesses held in a state of perpetual, gravitational slumber, knew the obsidian's origin. It was the calling card of the noctuary, a clandestine observatory rumored to exist in a place where the veil between the waking cosmos and the undersky was perilously thin. The accompanying note, etched in silver onto a wafer of what looked like solidified starlight, was from one Silas Blackwood, curator of the Celestial Lacunae. It spoke of a critical awakening within the dormant nebula of Cygnus X-7, of erratic dream emanations, and a thinning of the somnolent boundary that protected their hidden observatory. Eris's unique understanding of stellar consciousness and gravitational harmonics was urgently required. The offered research grant was, as always in these shadowy summons, substantial enough to override his academic caution and ignite his insatiable curiosity. Eris, whose theories on stellar dreamweaving and the psychoacoustic properties of dark matter had made him a pariah in the astrophysics community, felt a familiar, dangerous allure. The noctuary was a legend in his small, marginalized field, a place where the very fabric of space-time was said to be woven from the dreams of sleeping stars, a place where the universe's deepest, most unsettling secrets were laid bare. The journey to the noctuary was an exercise in profound disorientation and escalating isolation. A series of unmarked black-windowed vehicles, followed by a silent, magnetically levitated transport, through a tunnel that seemed to descend into the very core of a remote, unnamed mountain range in the Atacama Desert, a place renowned for its unnervingly clear, star-drenched skies. The noctuary, when he finally reached it, was not a conventional observatory. It was a vast, subterranean complex of interconnected domed caverns, carved from the living rock and lined with what appeared to be polished, obsidian-like material that absorbed all light, creating an atmosphere of perpetual, starlit twilight. The air was cool, dry, and carried the faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone, ancient stone, and something else. A subtle, high-pitched hum, like the sound of a million distant, perfectly tuned celestial spheres, all vibrating at slightly different, unsettling frequencies. Silas Blackwood met him in the central orrery chamber, a cavernous, spherical space whose domed ceiling was not a projection, but a vast crystalline lens offering a direct, unfiltered, and terrifyingly magnified view of the cosmos. Stars blazed with an impossible, raw intensity. Nebulae swirled with colors unseen by terrestrial eyes, and the vast, silent emptiness between them seemed to thrum with a palpable, unseen energy. Blackwood was a figure as ancient and enigmatic as the noctuary itself, tall and gaunt, draped in robes the color of deep space, his face a network of fine wrinkles like the fracture lines on a cooling star, his eyes holding the distant, patient light of galaxies beyond count. His voice was a low, resonant hum, like the sound of gravitational waves rippling through the void. "Dr. Thorne," Blackwood intoned, his gaze as deep and unfathomable as a black hole. "Your arrival is a welcome harmonic, the great sleeper of Cygnus X-7. It stirs, its dreams. They threaten to unravel the waking sky." He gestured towards the heart of the orrery chamber. It was not a mechanical orrery, but a living, breathing, or so it seemed, construct of captured starlight, swirling nebular gas, and what looked like solidified filaments of dark matter, all coalescing around a central pulsating sphere of pure, impenetrable blackness. the somnolent core, the focal point of the noctuary's observations. For aeons, Blackwood explained, his voice a mere whisper against the silent roar of the cosmos visible above. The noctuary has served as a lullaby. We are the weavers of somnolent stars, the guardians of the celestial lacunae, those regions of space where ancient, unimaginably powerful stellar consciousnesses lie dormant, their dreams the very fabric of alternate realities. The somnolent core harmonizes their slumber, reinforces the boundaries between their dream fields and your more fragile consensus reality. Eris, the theoretical cosmologist, felt his carefully constructed understanding of the universe begin to shatter. This was beyond even his most outlandish theories. This was cosmic horror on an unimaginable scale. But Cygnus X7, a particularly ancient and potent sleeper, Blackwood continued, his voice taking on a note of grim urgency, has begun to awaken. Its dream emanations are no longer passive. They are invasive. They are rewriting the stellar cartography, unweaving the constellations, and threatening to pull our own small corner of the cosmos into its terminal nightmare. Eris's task, Blackwood elaborated, was to enter the Dreamweaver's loom, a shielded conceptual space accessible only through direct resonant interface with the somnolent core, and, using his unique understanding of stellar consciousness and gravitational harmonics, to identify the source of Cygnus X7's premature awakening, and to reweave its unraveling dream into a new, stable, and hopefully quiescent pattern. He was given a small, obsidian-lined meditation cell adjoining the orrery chamber. His tools were not instruments, but concepts. A series of complex, multi-dimensional star mandalas that Blackwood claimed could focus and channel psychic energy, and a single, perfectly spherical void pearl, cool and heavy in his hand, said to be a solidified tear from a dying dream god. The first few days were an overwhelming immersion in the raw, terrifying beauty of the unfiltered cosmos. Eris spent hours in the orrery chamber, his mind reeling at the sheer scale, the raw power, the utter alienness of the universe laid bare. He learned to listen, with more than just his scientific instruments, to feel the subtle gravitational sighs of distant galaxies, to discern the emotional resonances within the light of dying stars, to sense the vast, silent, and often malevolent consciousnesses that slumbered in the dark spaces between. The erratic dream emanations from Cygnus X7 were undeniable. The familiar constellations on the orrery dome would flicker, distort, their stars momentarily rearranging themselves into new, impossible, and deeply unsettling patterns. He would experience vivid waking hallucinations, the walls of the noctuary dissolving into swirling nebular chaos, the floor beneath his feet becoming a vast, empty expanse of star-dusted void, shadowy, stellar entities, their forms defying Euclidean geometry, gliding through the stone as if it were mist. He found Alistair Thorne the Elder's star diaries, not written, but encoded as complex, resonant light patterns within a series of flawless, fist-sized crystals. Deciphering them was an exercise in intuitive, non-linear cognition, but a chilling narrative emerged. The sleeper's dream worlds into being, and undream them into oblivion. We, the weavers, are but threads in their cosmic tapestry, attempting to maintain a fragile, beautiful pattern against the constant, entropic pull of the great unraveling. Cygnus X7 is an old one. Its dreams are of universes before our own, of realities built on different physical laws, on different existential axioms. Its awakening would not be a rebirth, but a replacement. Our cosmos, a footnote in its new, terrible dream. The somnolent boundary thins, the void pearl weeps. I fear the last weaver may not be strong enough to sing it back to sleep. A new voice, a new song is needed. One who understands not just the mechanics of the stars, but the poetry of their silence. Eris felt a cold dread grip his heart. He was that new voice, that new song. This was not just a research project. It was a desperate, perhaps futile, attempt to prevent a cosmic catastrophe. The dreams of Cygnus X-7 began to invade his own sleep, then his waking thoughts. They were not dreams of form or narrative, but of pure, abstract, existential terror. He saw the universe as a fragile illusion, a fleeting skin on an infinite ocean of non-being. He felt the cold, patient hunger of the void, the seductive allure of ultimate, absolute silence. Silas Blackwood grew more gaunt, his ancient eyes burning with a desperate, almost feral light. "It awakens faster than we anticipated, Dr. Thorne," he rasped, his voice like the hiss of solar flares. "Its dream tendrils, they probe our reality, seeking to anchor themselves. You must enter the loom. You must confront it. Now." Eris knew there was no more time for preparation, for understanding. He clutched the cool, heavy void pearl, its smooth surface a fragile point of stability in a universe that seemed to be dissolving around him. He took the star mandalas, their intricate, multi-dimensional patterns a dizzying roadmap to nowhere, or perhaps everywhere. He sat in the conductor's chair before the somnolent core, a throne of polished black obsidian that seemed to draw him down into its cold, silent depths. Blackwood and the other shadowy keepers of the noctuary gathered around him, their forms flickering, their presence a chorus of silent, urgent expectation. "Remember, Dr. Thorne," Blackwood's voice echoed. In his mind, a whisper from the edge of oblivion. "You do not fight a dream with logic. You redream it. Find its broken heart, its discordant note, and weave a new lullaby." Then, they activated the loom. Eris's consciousness was torn from his body, flung across unimaginable cosmic distances, into the heart of the awakening Cygnus X-7. He was adrift in a sea of pure, sentient, stellar chaos. It was not a nebula of gas and dust, but a vast, swirling vortex of raw, unformed dream energy. He saw impossible colors, heard sounds that were also emotions, felt textures that were also concepts. He was surrounded by the nascent thoughts, the primordial desires, the ancient, terrible memories of a stellar entity whose consciousness spanned galaxies, whose lifespan dwarfed that of universes, and he felt its pain. Cygnus X-7 was not malevolent, not in any human sense. It was grieving. It was dreaming of a reality it had lost, a universe that had died aeons ago, a cosmos of which it was the sole, desolate survivor. Its awakening was not an act of aggression, but a desperate, cosmic cry of loneliness, a yearning for connection, for an end to its infinite solitary vigil. Its dream emanations, its invasive tendrils, were not attacks, but echoes of its sorrow, fragments of its lost reality, unintentionally disrupting the fragile fabric of Eris's own universe. The Void Weaver, from Thorn the Elder's star diaries was not an external entity, but a metaphor. The great unraveling was not a malevolent force, but the inevitable entropic decay of a universe mourning its own lost past. Cygnus X7 was trying to dream its dead cosmos back into existence, and in doing so, was threatening to unmake theirs. Eris understood. He could not fight this. He could not reweave its dream with logic or counter-resonances. He had to share its sorrow. He had to offer it empathy. He opened his own mind, his own consciousness, to the vast grieving heart of Cygnus X7. He let its ancient, terrible sorrow wash over him, through him. He offered no resistance, no judgment. He simply listened. He became a vessel for its pain, a mirror reflecting its infinite loneliness. He showed it his own small human sorrows, the loss of his academic standing, the mockery of his peers, the quiet desperation of a life spent searching for truths no one else could see. He showed it the beauty and fragility of his own small, fleeting existence, the poignant sweetness of a single sunlit afternoon, the melancholic grace of a forgotten melody. He offered it not a lullaby of forgetting, but a song of shared remembrance. And Cygnus X7, it responded. Its chaotic dream emanations began to soften, to coalesce. The terrifying, abstract visions were replaced by images of beauty, of nebulae like stained glass windows, of galaxies like diamond dust scattered on black velvet, of stars singing a silent, harmonious chorus. It was still a dream of a lost reality, but it was no longer a nightmare of despair. It was an elegy, a requiem. Eris felt his own consciousness merging with that of the ancient grieving star. He was no longer just Eris Thorn, the disgraced cosmologist. He was part of something vaster, older, more profound. He was a single, resonant note in a symphony that spanned universes, that echoed across the beginning and end of time. He did not know how long he remained in that state of shared cosmic sorrow. It could have been moments, or millennia. Time, in the heart of a dreaming star, had no meaning. But eventually, he felt a gentle release. Cygnus X7's sorrow, while not extinguished, was soothed. Its grief acknowledged and shared. No longer sought to unravel other realities, but to resonate with them, to become a poignant, beautiful, and ultimately peaceful part of the infinite cosmic tapestry. Its dream emanation subsided. The somnolent boundary around its dream field restabilized. The lost constellations in Eris's own sky ceased their weeping, their light now a gentle, melancholic twinkle, a reminder of the vast, shared sorrow that underpins all existence. Aris found himself back in the conductor's throne in the umbral observatory, his body trembling, his mind exhausted but serene. The somnolent core pulsed with a calm, steady light. The celestial harmonium hummed a soft, harmonious lullaby. Silas Blackwood and the other keepers were watching him, their shadowy faces holding a new expression. Not just respect, but a profound, almost reverent understanding. "You have sung with the sleeper, Dr. Thorne," Blackwood hummed, his voice like the gentle sigh of a distant nebula. "You have woven a new dream from its ancient sorrow. The firmament, it rests again." Eris Thorne remained at the umbral observatory. He had to. He was part of it now, his consciousness forever attuned to the subtle, resonant whispers of the cosmos, his mind a living bridge between the waking world and the dream fields of somnolent stars. He became the new curator of the celestial lacunae, his life dedicated to listening to the dreams of sleeping gods, to harmonizing the sorrows of lost universes, to ensuring that the fragile veil of stillness held against the eternal, seductive allure of cosmic oblivion. He learned from Silas Blackwood, who was, he came to understand, less a man and more a living embodiment of the observatory's oldest, most resilient gravitational harmonies. The deepest secrets of stellar consciousness, the arcane art of navigating the dream currents of space-time, of mending the frayed edges of reality with songs, of shared sorrow and resilient hope. He knew that Cygnus X7, and other sleepers like it, would always dream. Their ancient griefs, their lost realities, were an intrinsic part of the cosmic fabric. The somnolent boundary would always be fragile. The dance between existence and oblivion, eternal. But Eris Thorne, the cosmologist who had dared to listen to the sorrow of dying stars, had found his true, terrible, and magnificent calling. He was no longer an outcast, a ridiculed eccentric. He was a weaver of somnolent stars, a guardian of cosmic dreams, his own small human consciousness now a vital, resonant thread in the infinite, ever-evolving tapestry of the multiverse. Sometimes, late at night, in the heart of the vast, silent umbral observatory, he sits before the somnolent core, its black heart pulsing with the gentle, rhythmic breath of 1,000 sleeping universes. He closes his eyes, and he listens, and he too sings his quiet, human counterpoint into the vast cosmic symphony, a lullaby of shared sorrow and resilient hope, a testament to the enduring, fragile, and utterly magnificent dream of existence. The silence between the stars is no longer empty. It is filled with the whispers of forgotten songs, waiting for a new weaver to discern their tune and to add their own unique, courageous voice to the eternal chorus. The summons arrived not as a letter, but as a single, antique clock hand, crafted from blued steel and shaped like a miniature scythe. It was left on the workbench of Arthur Finch's small, dust-filled antique clock restoration shop in a forgotten gaslit alley of old Edinburgh. Arthur, a horologist whose obsessive pursuit of chronal mechanics, the theoretical ability of certain complex timepieces to not merely measure, but to influence or even contain localized temporal fields, had left him a reclusive figure, more comfortable with the silent, intricate dance of gears and escapements than with human company, knew the chilling implication. The scythe hand was the sigil of the keepers of the final chime, a clandestine order rumored to tend to temporal anomalies and disrupted moments embedded within unique, often perilous historical sites. The accompanying note, etched onto a thin disc of tarnished brass that resembled a clock face with no numerals, was from one Silas Thorne, warden of the still hours. It spoke of a critical desynchronization within the great orrery clock, housed in the subterranean crypts beneath the ruins of Hollowfell Abbey, a place Arthur knew only from apocryphal texts on heretical horology and the mechanics of eternity. The orrery clock, Thorne's note explained, was failing, its temporal escapement fractured, its memory weights unbalanced. It was beginning to replay not harmonious cycles, but echoes of profound temporal distress and moments of unspeakable finality. Arthur's unique sensitivity to chronal resonances and intricate mechanism repair was urgently required. The offered remuneration was, as always in these shadowy invitations, substantial enough to pique his academic curiosity, and quiet the gnawing anxieties of his precarious financial state. Arthur, whose own life had been a meticulous, almost monastic, devotion to the precise and predictable passage of time, felt a familiar, dangerous tick of anticipation. Hollowfell Abbey was a legend, a place where the infamous 17th-century horologist and alchemist, Alistair Thorne, the Thorne name, a recurring heavy pendulum in the clockwork of the uncanny, was said to have attempted to build a machine that could not just tell time but control it, perhaps even reverse it. The journey to Hollowfell was a descent into increasing isolation and a landscape steeped in ancient, brooding melancholy. A series of rattling local trains, followed by a long, solitary trek across the windswept, heather-strewn fells of the Scottish borders, finally brought him to a vast, ruinous abbey, its skeletal arches and crumbling towers silhouetted against a perpetually overcast, bruised purple sky. The air was cold, damp, and carried the scent of wet stone, decaying, peat and something else, a faint, almost imperceptible metallic tang, like old, cold iron, mingled with the subtle, rhythmic click-clack of an unseen, impossibly large clockwork mechanism. Silas Thorne met him at the gaping, moss-covered entrance to what had once been the Abbey's chapter house. He was a figure as ancient and weathered as the ruins themselves, tall and gaunt, wrapped in a dark, heavy wool cloak that seemed to absorb the faint, ambient light. His face was a network of deep wrinkles, like the cracked face of an old stone sundial, his eyes the color of faded parchment, holding a profound, weary knowledge. His voice was a low, dry whisper, like the rustle of sand in an hourglass. "Maestro Finch," Thorne rasped, his gaze unnervingly direct, seeming to measure the very rhythm of Arthur's soul. "Your arrival is precisely as foreseen. The great orrery. Its heart beats erratically. The final chime. It threatens to sound prematurely." He led Arthur through a labyrinth of crumbling cloisters and shadow-filled chapels, their flagstone floors worn smooth by centuries of forgotten footsteps, until they reached a heavy, iron-banded oak door set into the floor of what had once been the Abbey's high altar. The door bore a single, intricate carving, an Ouroboros, the serpent devouring its own tail, its scales formed from tiny, interlocking clock gears. A faint, rhythmic pulsing, like a colossal subterranean heartbeat, emanated from beyond it. "This is the descent of moments," Thorne whispered, his voice barely audible above the sighing of the wind through the ruined arches. "Beyond lies the crypt of ages, and within it, the great orrery clock. It has been unwell since the last alignment." He produced a key, not of metal, but of polished, ebonized bog oak, its teeth carved into a complex, repeating fractal pattern, and unlocked the door. A wave of cool, dry air washed over Arthur, carrying the scent of ancient dust, cold iron, and that persistent, rhythmic click-clack, louder now, accompanied by a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate in his very bones. The Crypt of Ages was a vast, circular chamber, its domed ceiling lost in impenetrable shadow far above. The walls were lined, not with coffins or sarcophagi, but with countless glass-fronted niches, each containing an intricate, unique timepiece. Hourglasses filled with black sand that seemed to flow upwards, water clocks whose mechanisms dripped with a viscous, luminous fluid, pendulum clocks whose bobs were carved into miniature, screaming human faces, and clockwork automata that performed endless, silent, repetitive tasks. Each one, Arthur noted with a horologist's precision, was stopped frozen at a different, seemingly arbitrary moment in time. And in the center of the chamber, dominating the space, was the great orrery clock. It was a machine of breathtaking, terrifying complexity. A colossal, multi-tiered structure of brass, iron, and some dark, unidentifiable polished stone. It was a fusion of an astronomical orrery and a cathedral clock. Planets, moons, and stars, crafted from precious metals and glowing gemstones, rotated on intricate interlocking armatures around a central, pulsating sphere of what looked like solidified shadow. The chronal heart, as Thorne's ancestor had termed it. But interwoven with these celestial movements were countless other mechanisms. Escapements that clicked with the rhythm of heartbeats, gears that meshed with the precision of breathing lungs, pendulums that swung with the cadence of lifetimes. It was a mechanical model of not just the cosmos, but of existence itself, of time in all its myriad overlapping cycles. And it was stuttering. Its movements were jerky, erratic. Gears ground, springs whined, pendulums swung out of sync. The rhythmic click-clack that filled the crypt was punctuated by jarring, discordant clangs and sudden, unnerving silences. The chronal heart at its center pulsed with a sickly, irregular light. For centuries, Silas Thorne whispered, his eyes fixed on the ailing machine. The great orrery has maintained the temporal weave of this place, of this nexus. It does not merely tell time. It holds it. It anchors moments, preserves their integrity, prevents the unraveling of what has been and the premature intrusion of what is yet to come. But the last alignment, it fractured the main escapement. The moments, they bleed. Arthur's task, Thorne explained, was to descend into the very heart of the great orrery, into its temporal core, and using his unique skills and a collection of arcane horological tools passed down through generations of keepers, to diagnose the source of the desynchronization, to mend the fractured escapement, and to reharmonize the chime of ages before the final chime sounds for all. He was given a small stone-walled cell adjoining the crypt, containing a narrow cot, a workbench littered with antique watchmaking tools, and shelves filled with Alistair Thorne, the elder's meticulously detailed journals and schematics. These were not mere technical manuals. They were philosophical treatises on the nature of time, on the mechanics of memory, on the terrifying, beautiful, and ultimately unknowable architecture of eternity. The first few days were an exercise in profound, almost unbearable concentration. Arthur studied the orrery, its movements, its sounds, its silences. He pored over Thorne's journals, his mind grappling with concepts that defied conventional physics, with equations that seemed to describe the very mathematics of fate. The bleeding moments were undeniable. Time in the crypt, and indeed, throughout the ruins of Hollowfell Abbey, was unstable. He would experience sudden, disorienting shifts. One moment he would be in the crypt, examining a gear. The next, he would find himself in a sunlit cloister, centuries in the past, surrounded by chanting monks, only to be plunged back into the present, the transition seamless, terrifying. He would see figures from the abbey's long history, a stern-faced abbot, a weeping nun, a knight in battered armor, flicker at the edge of his vision, their forms translucent, their movements caught in an endless repeating loop. These were the trapped echoes, the moments the fractured orrery could no longer hold in their proper place. and the whispers. They were not voices, but fragments of time. The chime of a forgotten bell, the echo of a long-dead prayer, the last gasping breath of a dying man, all swirling around him. A cacophony of disconnected, unanchored moments. He knew he had to enter the temporal core. It was the only way. The entrance was a small, almost invisible hatchway at the base of the orrery, concealed behind a massive, slowly rotating gear representing Saturn. Silas Thorne helped him open it, his ancient hands surprisingly strong. The air that billowed out was cold, dry, and carried the scent of ozone, ancient metal, and something else. The faint, almost imperceptible aroma of eternity. The core is a place outside of conventional time, Maestro Finch, Thorne whispered, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and reverence. What you experience there, it may not be linear. Be wary. The fractured moments, they are hungry. They seek to draw new moments into their own broken cycles. Arthur, armed with a small satchel of specialized tools, a single ever-burning tallow candle, Silas insisted that artificial light disturbed the chronal harmonics, and his own lifetime of horological obsession descended into the heart of the great orrery clock. It was like stepping into the workings of a colossal living timepiece. Gears the size of millstones turned with agonizing slowness, their teeth interlocking with a sound like grinding mountains. Pendulums as tall as ancient, oak swung in vast majestic arcs, their rhythm the heartbeat of aeons. Escapements clicked and clacked, measuring out moments that stretched into eternities. The air hummed with contained power, with the silent, patient, and utterly indifferent passage of time itself. He navigated the treacherous, shifting walkways, his candle flame casting dancing, distorted shadows on the colossal moving components. He could feel the trapped echoes here, stronger, more insistent. He saw fleeting visions of battles fought and lost, of lovers meeting and parting, of stars being born and dying, all playing out in the shimmering temporal distortions between the gears. He found the main escapement. It was a thing of terrifying, beautiful complexity, a series of interlocking crystalline pallets and jewel-encrusted levers that should have moved with perfect metronomic precision. But one of the primary pallets, a massive shard of what looked like solidified moonlight, was cracked, its rhythm broken, its movement erratic. This was the source of the desynchronization, the wound in the heart of time. As he approached, a new, more powerful echo materialized before him. It was Alistair Thorne the Elder himself, or rather, a temporal manifestation of him, his form flickering, his eyes burning with a mad, obsessive light. "You meddle with the great work, interloper." Thorne's voice was not a sound, but a wave of pure, intellectual fury that slammed into Arthur's mind. The final chime is not a doom, but a recalibration, a resetting of the flawed experiment of existence. I seek to unmake the flawed moment, to return all to the perfect, silent potentiality of the unbegun. Arthur realized the horrifying truth. Thorne hadn't just built a machine to measure or hold time. He had built a machine to end it. Or rather, to rewind it, to erase it, to return the universe to some primal, unformed state. The final chime was not a malfunction. It was the orrery's ultimate terrible purpose. And the current desynchronization, the fractured escapement, was perhaps the only thing holding it back. But the trapped echoes, the bleeding moments, the unraveling fabric of Hollowfell. This was no solution. This was a different kind of oblivion, a slow, agonizing decay into temporal chaos. Arthur knew he had to mend the escapement, not to fulfill Thorne's mad vision, but to restore a semblance of order, to give the trapped echoes peace, to allow time, even in this haunted, forgotten place, to flow as it should, however imperfectly. He approached the fractured pallet, his tools in hand. Thorne's echo swirled around him, a vortex of intellectual rage and nihilistic despair, trying to dissuade him, to confuse him, to break his will. Futility, mechanic. All moments are flawed. All existence is a desynchronization. Let it end. Let the silence be absolute. Arthur ignored him. He focused on the task at hand, his horologist mind assessing the damage, calculating the stresses, envisioning the repair. He had to work with unimaginable precision in a place where the very laws of physics seemed mutable, where time itself was a treacherous, shifting current. He selected a tool, a delicate silver-tipped stylus, humming with a faint internal resonance. He touched it to the cracked crystalline palate. A jolt of pure, temporal energy coursed through him. He saw his own life flash before his eyes. His childhood fascination with his grandfather's watches, his lonely years of obsessive study, his small forgotten triumphs and his quiet gnawing regrets. He saw his own future, his own death, a quiet fading in a dusty, forgotten room. And he saw more. He saw the birth of Hollowfell Abbey, the lives of the monks who had prayed within its walls, their simple faith, their quiet industry. He saw the arrival of Alistair Thorne the Elder, his brilliant, terrible mind already touched by the madness of his ambition. He saw the construction of the great orrery, the trapping of the first echoes, the slow, inexorable descent into temporal chaos. He saw it all, an infinity of moments, all bleeding together, all screaming for release, for resolution. He almost faltered. The weight of it, the sheer, unbearable sorrow of so much trapped, unresolved time, threatened to shatter his own fragile sanity. But then he remembered his craft. The meticulous patience, the delicate balance, the pursuit of perfect, harmonious motion. This was not just a machine. It was a symphony, a broken, discordant symphony. And he, Arthur Finch, was its unlikely, reluctant conductor. He began to work. Not just with his tools, but with his will, with his empathy, with his profound, almost spiritual understanding of the mechanics of time. He didn't just try to mend the fractured palate. He tried to soothe it, to understand its sorrow, its broken rhythm. He hummed a quiet, simple tune, a watchmaker's shanty, a song of gears and springs, of patience and precision. He wove the dissonant echoes of Thorne's nihilism into his own quiet song of order and continuance. He took the trapped moments, the screaming sorrows, and gently, painstakingly, began to reharmonize them, to coax them back into their proper place in the vast, intricate dance of the orrery. The Alistair Thorne echo shrieked, its form flickering, its rage turning to confusion, to a dawning, terrible understanding of its own flawed, destructive logic. Arthur ignored it. He focused on the palette, on the delicate, crystalline structure. He applied a bonding agent he found in his satchel, a compound of powdered meteorite, dew collected at the precise moment of the winter solstice, and, disturbingly, what looked like solidified tears. He used the resonant stylus to guide the fractured edges together, humming his quiet, insistent song of order. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the crack began to mend. The dissonant vibrations lessened. The erratic movement of the palette smoothed, became more rhythmic, more harmonious. And as the main escapement found its true rhythm once more, a profound change came over the great orrery clock. The grinding of gears softened. The jarring clang ceased. The chaotic bleeding of moments subsided. The chronal heart at its center pulsed with a strong, steady, healthy light. The vast machine began to move with a new, majestic grace, its celestial spheres rotating in perfect, silent synchronicity, its myriad components clicking and ticking in a symphony of restored, harmonious time. The echo of Alistair Thorne, the elder, let out a final, long, sighing groan, a sound that was part despair, part release. Then, its form dissolved. Its mad, brilliant, terrible energy reabsorbed into the now balanced workings of his own creation. The trapped echoes, the ghostly figures of Hollowfell's past, also began to fade. Not into oblivion, but into peace. Their forms grew fainter, their expressions softer, their sorrowful whispers resolving into a gentle, contented silence. They were no longer trapped in an endless, repeating loop. They were integrated, remembered, laid to rest within the restored, harmonious passage of time. Arthur Finch stood in the heart of the now silent, smoothly running great orrery clock, his body trembling with exhaustion, his mind reeling, but a strange, profound sense of peace settling over him. He had done it. He had mended not just a machine, but time itself. He had silenced the premature final chime. He climbed out of the temporal core, back into the crypt of ages. The countless timepieces in their niches were no longer stopped. They were all ticking, chiming, whirring in perfect, gentle synchronicity. Their hands all pointing to the same, correct present moment. Silas Thorne was waiting for him, his ancient face for the first time, holding a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The orrery. It sings true again, Maestro Finch, he whispered, his voice filled with a quiet awe. The still hours. They are restored. You have given Hollowfell back its future. Arthur stayed at Hollowfell Abbey for many more years. He became its new warden of the still hours, its new custodian of the great orrery clock. He learned from Silas Thorne, who was, he came to understand, less a man and more a living embodiment of the Abbey's oldest, most resilient temporal harmonies. The deepest secrets of chronal mechanics, the arcane art of tending to the delicate, ever-shifting balance of time itself. He knew the task was eternal. Time was a river, and its currents were always shifting, its echoes always threatening to break free. The final chime was not vanquished, merely postponed. The lure of oblivion, of unmaking, was a constant, subtle undertow. But Arthur Finch, the horologist who had dared to mend the heart of eternity, kept his vigil. He listened to the steady, rhythmic beat of the great orrery, to the intricate, silent dance of its gears, and he ensured that time, in this one small, shadowed, and profoundly sacred corner of the world, continued to flow with grace, with harmony, and with a quiet, enduring dignity. Sometimes late at night, when the wind howls across the desolate fells and the ruins of Hollowfell Abbey are bathed in the cold silver light of the moon, He stands in the crypt of ages, before the majestic, smoothly running great orrery clock. He holds his grandfather's silver tuning fork, and if he listens very, very closely, he can almost hear it. The faint, harmonious hum of a million perfectly synchronized moments. The peaceful, eternal song of time itself, correctly told. The silence of the crypt is no longer empty. It is filled with the quiet, resonant music of a universe in balance, a testament to the enduring, fragile, and ultimately triumphant power of a well-tended clock. And Arthur Finch, its meticulous, dedicated, and perhaps eternal keeper, ensures its hands continue their steady, unwavering, and profoundly meaningful march.